Okay.
I think you got enough in there.
Okay, good. Good. That's why I sent it to you, because I thought.
Yeah,
Well, we think, I mean, it's kind of hard to say without looking at each volunteer.
You gotta call me.
Okay.
One thing I do is
The number.
how you doing, man?
yeah.
What about the one?
We're doing it.
There's no vote.
Person in there, so they'll have to go through that.
When do y'all meet, on Tuesdays?
Although,
Yeah, because in the first reading, the MVH budget was small.
Be next week.
Have to,
I think we can handle it. Maybe we'll do it in front of your meeting, and then they can go eat at your meeting.
I'll shoot you an email.
Okay. Thank you.
it's the first reading with it back in there. And you can give us that number then.
Good, you wanna be in charge? I'm serious.
We have another meeting Wednesday at 5.
Yes.
I know. You won't have to, that's all it is, the second, third.
Okay. Well, I guess what you're asking is you can,
Why are you here anyway?
third reading.
He didn't hear me. I don't know.
Since you haven't really.
Because that clerical B for city clerk is not used. It's 46,000.
Good, how are you?
And then, you know, later in the year,
What's the total?
Wait a minute. It's in the book. Whatever was in the book under that line item.
Because that's not the
No.
total amount, that's the general fund. You know what I mean?
No, that's his
not-
amount.
Oh, okay,
The title didn't get changed
Hey, what up?
I see.
because that's the top and bottom of it, right there.
Okay, so that 54
I was
that we
thinking
cut
of
out.
that.
Leslie,
Okay.
his amount should be something like, well, 343. I didn't, it might have been that amount. 59, I don't know. I've got 56,222, but now I don't know if that's, where's the salary ordinance? The MVH. Yeah. Well, they cut the whole thing. Where's the salary ordinance?
Right here.
Yeah, let me see. I know I've got one. Here it is, never mind, I've got it.
2703.
Oh, well, that doesn't help me. Okay. Wait a minute. Yeah,
What is it?
2703 times 2,080.
I got it quicker than I could get it on.
He's got one of those wonderful phones.
So,
Oh, okay. All right.
ice cold.
56,222.
Okay, so that should be free. Okay, so 56,223 is what it needs to be.
There's a person that's in that.
There is. It's just titled wrong.
You can put it in that budget. Or
Mike wanted one.
Another first reading. But we could just put it in the, we could just put it in the budget.
yeah, I would think that would be. And then as part of your cleanup process.
I did that last night.
Because that would be.
Okay.
The thing we cut
Oh,
out.
I mean, you mean, okay, I see, I'm with you. I'm a little slow today.
Riverboat or MDH?
I don't like. Oh,
Yeah, this
MDH, we have more leeway, right?
There's one
No.
that has a position already.
Oh,
That's in Riverboat.
okay. Yeah, Riverboat's the one. Okay. Well, you said we could do this
Wait a minute.
later, but go ahead.
Where is that?
We can do second and third reading as long as everything's right with the, you know, MDH.
Here. There's. Okay, it could slide in here, and there's not quite 45,756. There's about 11,000. Wait a minute. I think, yeah, hold on. I don't know if I'm ready or not. Okay, 1028.
You need it.
Okay,
I can bring one, I don't know why.
as ready as we're gonna be, I guess.
Call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Member Jane Pope? Present. Member Aaron Cook?
Here.
Member Bill Bruner?
Present.
Member Mike Lawrence?
Here.
Member J.R. Holcraft?
I'm here.
Attorney Leslie Votaw?
Here.
Mayor Dennis Carr?
Here.
And myself.
Any announcements? Hearing none, move on to new business, salary ordinance.
In your packets, you did receive a salary ordinance, and, let me look here. Then today, I also brought a revised salary ordinance, which has the revisions on the clerk treasurer and the mayor's salaries. Make sure I have the right one. Yeah, and then the only other change from last year, is on page 4. I mean, not considering the union raises that were in the book, those are all in there. But on the non-union positions, each one of the salaried departments, including the mayor's assistant, utility director, human resource director, those all did receive a raise as well, according to their contracts. And then,
Where are you at, Les?
I'm sorry, that is on page 3, bottom of page 3.
And what, is that a percent raise or an,
It's 3.2%. And that's according to their employment contracts. Now, we didn't do anything with the marketing director because we're still just working on her employment contract right now. And then the clerk treasurer, the CT accounting, which is clerk treasurer accounting, her salary is in there. And then there was a city court,
what page is the clerk treasurer's?
page 4. That would be Brittany Dollar.
That's the new blonde we hired?
And then the city court also asked for a part-time clerical for any time the girls are,
Well, that was in there before.
no, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was.
I had to add it
Part-time clerical?
under city court, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's in the wrong spot.
And that's $13.25 an hour.
Why did we have the salary ordinance that was in the packet that had a salary for the mayor of $61,600 and the clerk treasurer for a salary of $64,999.90 or 96 cents?
I thought the mayor and I might never get another raise with this group. I just put in money. I didn't think about a percentage or anything. We've never put in percentages before for elected officials. I just put a number out there.
I don't understand why you're getting a raise, period. You ran for office.
Okay,
With what it
now,
paid.
let me say this, Mr. Lawrence. There are office help and foremen that make more money than I do, and they all get overtime.
Yeah.
And they don't do near as much work as I do.
Yeah.
That's why I put in for more money.
Why'd you run for the position?
Oh, because I didn't know I was gonna get a council like some of you.
That's all right. But 29.5% pay raises, 30.9% pay raises.
I told you I just put a number in there.
Like they've been cut out of there.
I know, but
That's
they
why
was
I-
put in there though, originally,
They're not interrupted.
They were
It's
initially put in there, is what he's saying.
all for now.
Yeah.
which now you're still, I mean, it's
We're
a
asking for
It's a new one.
3.2% like everybody else is getting.
I don't have it.
Yeah, I laid it on your.
I just
thing. It
think
should
when you
maybe
run
be
for
under
office, you know what it pays.
Everything else. One of the things, Mr. Lawrence, too, is that you posted this on Facebook today. It
Yes.
hasn't been passed yet.
I didn't say it was passed. I said proposed.
Okay, I mean,
Ma'am, it's public record.
it's not public record until it's passed.
It's public record.
Not until it's passed, Mr. Lawrence.
Well, I guess call the state then and turn me in because I've done something wrong if that's the case, but I believe it's public record. All our citizens should be able to look at it. You want to propose passing them those raises, but you don't want our citizens to know?
No, I didn't say that.
If I have
What
to
I'm
sit up
saying
there and
is
hide
that it's
stuff,
not
then
passed,
I won't
so
come.
therefore it's not public record. And you keep pointing out the mayor's secretary and everything you do. She's fed up.
Public record.
She's fed up.
Public
She makes
record.
just as much as the police.
You don't think I'm fed up with some things?
Well, all I'm
You want to
saying
sit
is-
up here and talk about, you want to give pay raises, and our employees didn't have their Social Security paid since 2008? And those same people deserve raises?
all I'm saying is, it's not public record until it's passed. And you've done it more than once.
I do it every
This wasn't the only
week.
thing you do.
I do it every week. And you know something? I called Channel 12 News.
Oh, I'm sure you did.
I did.
Okay.
And I'll say this on the Social Security, that has all been cleared up, all the records have been turned in, and I cannot make Social Security correct their records like tomorrow. It took them 4 years to figure out they didn't have records.
The point is, Jackie, if they hadn't have found it, or if I hadn't come upon it, you wouldn't have found out.
Other people
And you
found it,
are
but-
not held accountable for anything. You are the clerk treasurer. You should be held accountable for looking over your employees' backs.
I'll start that tomorrow, I'll sit out there and look over their shoulders. But Jane, other people brought to our attention before you did. And by the-
Correct.
By the time you
But
brought
it
it,
would have never been brought to city council's attention unless I stumbled upon it. And it is your right to do that, to let us know what's going on within your clerk treasurer's office, because we are the legislative body, we control the money. You were not going to share that until I stumbled upon it. And I think you should at least admit accountability that this went on. Even unemployment state tax was not paid in since the second quarter of 2012.
We didn't disclose anything because there's still an ongoing investigation into the matter, into the person.
We were supposed to get monthly reports from Mr. Hayden.
Well,
I was getting appropriation reports and anything I asked through from Jackie, but he has not reported anything to this council on any of his findings. And if I hadn't went over there and still be going through claims and invoices, we wouldn't even know about the unemployment issue. Somebody has to be held accountable. Something has to change in the city. And when I come to this report I'm about to come to, we're going to be broke in a matter of years.
And I want to ask, since we're on the subject,
And
I'm
listen,
hearing-
no, I do not have the new ordinance.
I'm hearing rumors that the city has possibly paid maybe a couple $100,000 where union dues and fees wasn't paid?
those were
And
not,
late fees or penalties?
we probably had to pay some interest. We didn't pay penalties that I know of because they waived the penalties.
Well, how much was it?
I don't know off the top of my head. I know it was,
I mean, it's one thing when things doesn't get paid because the money's not there, but then when the money is there and it's not taken care of, and I mean, it's costing our citizens their money.
you have to understand that part of it is that I would get a call from the union. I would go out and say, have you paid them? She would say, yes, I have. Now, I don't know what I was supposed to do to prove that she didn't.
You should have checked her computer. You
I
should
don't have
have
any-
checked, you should have checked the monthly filings.
I don't have
Or the weekly, I'm
I don't have
sorry.
anything else to do, Jane.
I know you're busy.
I don't have
know
anything to
you're very
do.
busy,
But
but
I'm-
you're still responsible.
I mean, I would think that there's common things, everyday things for business, that you would have a list that every month you'd at least go through the checking account to see to it that those checks had went out. I mean, payroll taxes, Social Security, Medicare, insurance, those kind of things is, every month is gonna happen.
Every week, or every month,
Weekly.
maybe. Probably monthly when you pay them.
No, I was told 3 days after the pay period ended, it was required to file electronic to Social Security, Medicare, and federal taxes. Am I correct or not correct?
I don't know,
Suzanne?
that's possible.
Suzanne, am I correct?
Yeah, you've got so many days, right? Is that, okay.
All right, moving on.
Let me figure out how much money you're making here, Mayor, or how much of a raise you're getting.
It's, I believe, put him 3.2 like everybody else got.
That's exactly what I did.
So the new ordinance here is the one with the mayor's got, say, 49,000?
Yeah.
Leslie? Okay.
Mhm.
And why was it changed? Because we put the heat on, or what?
No, it really was typo.
A typo?
Well, with a typo, we call jacking us jacking, we're not gonna put that kind of raise in.
Really, I would say what it was because obviously people knows it's on Facebook, so knew the heat was gonna be here.
That's what's on Facebook.
Yeah,
I told Jackie, so we're not gonna put that kind of raise in there. You can believe what you wanna believe.
and I will.
I guarantee you.
If my figures are correct, Jackie will receive a $1,523.20 per year.
Yeah.
The mayor will receive $3,659.44 per year.
I haven't figured it out, I don't know.
He was at 47.6.
He was at
She was
40.
at 49.6.
Okay, let me do this again.
47,600, and she was at 49,670.
No, I got the opposite. I'm sorry. The mayor was at 47.6.
Correct. $1,500.
Yeah, about 1,500 probably.
And what about the general foreman's in there, which was voted down?
That actually is a union position. It's not filled right now, but the union contract provides for the general foreman.
Doesn't mean it has to be in the salary ordinance that was voted down.
Now, the budget was that portion of it was voted down, and as I read to you in the email that I sent to you, it actually, that line item that you voted down is someone's being paid out of. The vehicle maintenance foreman is being paid out of that. So, that's something today we have to fix.
So why was somebody else being paid out of that line item?
Because he's the gentleman that was the worker that was the vehicle maintenance foreman. He got promoted by the last administration to general foreman, so he was being paid out of general foreman, and when he got demoted back, the payroll files were not changed. Because that would require you to take one file out and make a whole new file.
Now, I did talk with Mr. Hedden before the meeting. One thing we could do, instead of going back to the first reading of the budget, because that was in the the NVH budget, which is part of the
Property tax.
property tax budget. It was $56,222.40. We could make it part of the, correct me if I'm wrong, make it part of the riverboat?
Yeah, riverboat.
Riverboat budget, and pay it out of there, because I do know, talking to the city court, there is a,
What page you on, Leslie?
let me look here, I'm sorry, it's on the page 1,
Page 1?
city court, of the budget,
Of the book. Page 1 of the budgets.
I think,
Page 13.
page 15.
13.
13, but page 1 of the actual budget form. The clerical B says it's under 284, 126. They do not use. Both of the girls in her office are clerical A. So there's 45,000 that could be used towards making up the difference on that vehicle maintenance foreman position. And what was the term you used?
And I'm on page,
Repurpose. We could repurpose the, that line item, correct? And, therefore, we wouldn't have to go through another second and third reading.
I'm lost. I'm on page 13.
And does it say page 1 to the right?
No, I got 25 and 13 to the right.
So page 1 to the right, page 13, the very first page of the budget book.
Okay, now
It's under 284, 126, see where it says city court clerical B?
Okay, we can do away with that 45?
Well, what I'm saying is instead of, since we've already, help me out here.
You've had the first reading.
We had go ahead, Mr. Head.
You have a line item that was cut out of your MVH budget as part of the last meeting, your original adoption date. And so the question becomes, it's been since determined that that person actually exists and is getting paid, so they need to have a home in the budget. So you have a couple options. Option 1 is to scrap everything you did last time and start over, which would mean a new first reading and another meeting later this month for the second and the third reading. Option 2 is you have not adopted the riverboat and the MDF funds yet, so you could put it in the riverboat fund. Now, what your city attorney has pointed out is that there is currently a line item in your riverboat fund. It's on page 1 of the budget estimate. It is the city clerk treasurer, or city court, is that court? Court clerical B, that has a $45,719 line item. That's kind of a placeholder that there's nobody in that position yet, or there's nobody in that position currently, I should
And they
say.
don't expect to have.
And they don't expect to next year. So they've learned that. So the suggestion is that use that, change that number from $45,719 to somebody give me the number, 52?
What
Wait a
was it,
minute.
Jackie?
Wait a minute, I had it. Now I don't. No. 56,223.
56,223.
Yes.
That would be roughly just under an $11,000 increase to the budget, but you're still well under what was advertised. So you have the flexibility to do that. If you make that election, you can change the amount, the account name, the account number, and adopt it tonight and move on and adopt your budget this evening.
And put it where?
In the riverboat fund,
For what?
or salary.
For whose salary?
The vehicle maintenance foreman,
That you cut at the last meeting.
we cut.
We didn't cut the vehicle
You
maintenance
cut the
foreman.
general foreman, but there was a
Correct.
person in that line item, Jane.
I would
being
rather see
paid.
it done correctly.
There was
Course.
nobody in that
And-
position.
Can I say something, since I hear, of course? I know, you're the one getting paid $51,000, and you don't want to come to another meeting. I get paid a whole lot less than that, and I'm not having a problem coming to another meeting.
We can come to another meeting, Mike, we're not saying that.
Well, I'm getting tired of people sitting up here talking under their breath.
Settle down.
And Mr. Hedden and Mr. Blake aren't sure they're gonna be able to make it Wednesday.
I brought that up just as, those are your options.
Right.
You have an option that could get your budget adopted tonight, or you have an option that would require you to have another meeting. The weights and the merits of both of those, really, that's up for you guys to decide. That's not us. But I did want to, if it's okay, pick up on your point about doing it right. I think we all agree that there is a necessary time to go through and clean up a lot of the geography about where people are paid, out of what funds and for what purposes, and match revenues with those spending plans. I don't know that you can get all that done tonight, or even if you have another meeting. That work still needs to be completed. In our meeting that we had in our working group meeting, we focused on the big picture of the citywide budget where you are, thinking that for this year, that is an achievable goal. And you can, in working group sessions throughout the course of the year, you can come in front of council at every meeting and start to improve the geography of where everything is. So, once again, it's still up to you guys how you do it, but you may take time to fix this one issue, but there's still many others out there that should be addressed.
I just don't like adding a salary into the riverboat that shouldn't be there to begin with.
Yeah, I think on the heels of doing that, you would almost also need to agree that you're going to come back in front of council and clean up that as well as other things.
I'd like to
When?
see it all cleaned up.
That can't be done by November 1st. There's a lot of work to do.
So you're telling us our clerk treasurer's office is really messed up?
I'm not saying,
That's what I'm hearing.
Okay.
If we move that into riverboat, will that put that general foreman's position back in? Or will that still be zeroed out and we will not have a general foreman?
There would be no appropriation made for the general foreman position.
at NVH.
But if we put it in the riverboat, will they sneak in a general foreman?
It would go in the riverboat as an MVH foreman.
And then what?
An MVH, motor vehicle highway foreman.
I thought we already had one of those.
But we don't in the budget. We have the person, we just don't have that line in the budget.
It's right here. but
That's
it's
what
not in
they've
the
been
budget.
talking about.
Right. But it's not.
Who is our vehicle maintenance foreman, Jimmy?
Jimmy Gaines?
Well, he's here, but he's not in the general?
His money comes out of MVH, motor vehicle highway. There's a budget for Jimmy and so many workers in the garage stuff.
But we'd be putting it in riverboat, and you'd be paying Jimmy out of riverboat then, instead of out of MVH?
Yes,
Because it wasn't originally put in MVH.
right.
So there's nowhere there would be money to be found to create a general foreman.
Not unless you do an additional appropriation.
Is Mr. Lawrence still with us, or did he leave the room?
No, he's here.
I'm down here.
I got something under Civil City. Clerical A with degree, 2323. And then we got a clerical A without a degree at 2323. First question I want to ask. All the hourly wages that got asterisks beside them, are they included in that wage, or do we add them from the back?
That's included in the wage. If they have the asterisk, then the skilled trade adjustment is included, which is most of the time 50 cents.
Okay, so why is this person at clerical A with a degree making $23.23, and another clerical A without a degree is making $23.23?
Go to the, let's see here. Yep, it could be my math. I'm not saying that, but let me look at the
I've
union
got
contract.
2246 on, oh no, I meant 2323 and 2273. I got two
Clerical
different numbers.
A, police clerical A, 2323 on page 3.
Under the union contract, the clerical A is 2273. Clerical A with degree would qualify for the 50 cent. A skilled trade adjustment would make hers 2323.
So why is clerical A without a degree making $23.23 in the police department? Because the police, I know, got a bigger raise, they got that $1.50, and the civil city only got the $1. But I think we need to correct her, bring her up 50 cents, because she does have a degree.
Let's see here.
And she shouldn't be police clerk A anyway. She's office manager.
That's go out for bid too.
So you don't even have a clerical A in the
In the
police
police
department?
department, no.
Oh, okay.
It's office manager and clerk Bs.
That's in the police, correct?
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna raise that position, you have to go out for bid, your contract.
It should have been done in the last union contract.
It wasn't.
police
Yeah.
clerk A makes 2323.
That did go out for bid a long time ago.
As far as with the skilled trade adjustment, or what? Are you saying that one should have the skilled trade adjustment?
No, because it's this person
Person
that,
that's making police office manager pay, that went out for bid quite a few years ago.
Yeah, and that's the same as the mayor's secretary and I think what you all make, right?
no.
I don't know
Office
exactly what
manager.
year it was, but
Office
It's,
manager.
it says 23,
Right here.
What they're saying is they don't have a police clerk
there is
A,
no
Jane.
clerk A.
There is no clerk
That's
A
not
right now.
filled.
It's just the office manager, police office manager, which is the 2632.
well, can we still correct that on the salary ordinance to reflect her, 50 cents she should be getting? Because if you're gonna leave it over here on clerical A at 2323, she's not getting what she deserves.
Is there a police clerk A?
There is no police clerk A.
But it's in the salary ordinance when this person's hired. They will make 23.
What's
If she has a degree.
I think what Jane's saying, it doesn't say with degree. It
Right.
just says
It's
clerical.
got no asterisk beside it, and it's
Correct, but
equal.
That's only if that person has a degree. If that
But
person
then you
has a
should have
degree,
put an
then
asterisk beside it.
there wouldn't be an asterisk because we don't have anybody in that position right now.
But then it needs to be the 2273 is what Jane's saying.
2323. Police clerk A and union contract says 2323.
But that's because she had a degree at that time.
The police
When
clerk,
she was A.
police clerk A? Okay.
So they're just saying you just need to put the words
Just need,
degree in there or.
for the asterisk. No,
Okay.
if that's already got it.
If not, that position should drop down to 2273.
See, because the union contract doesn't have the skilled trade adjustment in there.
Can't change that contract.
Yeah, it doesn't have a skilled trade adjustment figured in the union contract. So when I did the salary ordinance like I did last year, I added the 50 cents if they had the skilled trade adjustment.
So where'd this person go? Where'd she disappear to?
She became the office manager.
When?
How
I
long?
don't know the year, Jane, it's been several years ago.
Yeah.
I'd say at least 2 or 3. Could be more.
I think you're right.
So we can't, bring clerical way up in Civil City 50 cents?
I think it was brought up 50, wasn't it?
You have the degree, yes. And I think that's why we put clerical A and then clerical A with degree, because there were some that were clerical with degree. So that's why we added the 2323.
Are you looking at clerical A?
Under Civil City?
Yes.
Mhm.
2273.
Mm-hmm.
Are you looking at clerical A with degree? 2323, 50 cents less? And she should be making 50 cents more? How can a clerical A without a degree make 50 cents more than a clerical A with a degree?
Do you have a different copy?
The with degree is 50 cents more.
Mm-hmm.
So why is
So-
clerical A, and look, I mean, do you have this down there, Suzanne, the ordinance?
Clerical A, 2273.
Yeah.
Clerical A with degree, 2323. That's 50 cents more than the clerical A. I don't have the new revised copy, but
All right, I was just trying to bring her up. I didn't know that, I think when this was done in the union contract, we did have a clerical aide in the police department.
No, we didn't.
Which I'm still confused with if clerical A is in there, I know nobody is in that position, why is it more than any other clerical A?
On which one, on Civil City?
Please.
For police compared to any other clerical A?
That's what was negotiated.
Because it's got the 50 cents for the degree on it, right, Leslie?
I don't know.
No, it doesn't, because it
No,
hasn't got the
it's not
asterisk.
showing that.
It's, I see what you're saying, but no, that was not one. And maybe last year it wasn't asterisked.
You guys
because I
getting
went by the
bored
same
over there?
asterisk when I went through all the
Somebody get a
departments.
merit raise?
Keep hearing all the,
Not in police that I know of.
2248 is what they were last year.
Just to me, every clerical A should be the same. And then if they got a degree, the 50 cents, but that's not the way it
That's a
reads.
different department, that's how it's negotiated in that department.
Yeah, it's 2323 for police clerk A and the union contract.
Probably saying this wasn't caught.
I could explain why, but I won't, because I don't want to embarrass the mayor.
You don't embarrass me. If it probably wasn't caught, there's nobody in that position anyway. It's a different department what it shows with the clerical A's on the Civil City portion. I don't think anybody's been in that position for years, have they?
They haven't been since they moved Carrie up.
That's been 3 or 4 years, hasn't it?
It was the prior administration, I know.
All right, I was just giving it a shot, see if she could get a 50-cent raise, but can I get any, favors with me on that?
I don't even understand who you're trying to get a raise.
There ain't nobody ever give a raise to.
Civil City,
Oh,
secretary.
No, to me, the one in the police should be 2273. Just like the rest of the union contract.
the Civil City Secretary has a degree. She makes 2323.
But then you go to the police department. The clerical A, which there's nobody in the police department in clerical A.
We can't start negotiation without the union.
Well, but clerical A in the police department is also, isn't it 2323?
That's how they negotiate.
Only with
Yeah,
a
but
degree.
doesn't have an asterisk beside it, Jackie. So
Okay.
that does mean does not have a degree.
I see what you're saying now.
Council, can we do anything about it legally, or just let it slide for
Has to have
now?
the union involved. You can't make a difference on the union without them involved. I'm sure if we go to the union telling me we want to give somebody a raise, I'm sure they're not gonna say no. There's nobody in that position.
That needs to be dropped back down, and I think she deserves a 50-cent raise myself, but that's just my opinion.
Jane, I'm gonna say, a minute ago or a few minutes ago, you said about revenue going down, you have whatever you have.
Mike, if you knew the whole detail, which I don't want to go into, you would understand, but,
Oh, well, I don't know. I just want everybody to be treated alike.
and she wasn't treated fairly during negotiations.
There's a lot of things not fair around here. I know that.
Well, we're moving on. Anybody, have anything else on?
On that or on the whole thing?
Salary ordinance.
Salary orders.
Only question I have is on the mayor's assistant redevelopment. It's got a $5,000 pay increase, but I don't believe he's even signed his last contract yet.
We're working on his contract now.
What was the percent rate on that pay raise?
Same, 3.2.
Can I ask a question, Aaron, about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite a while, several months ago, didn't you say, and I'm talking several months ago, didn't you say something about that and it was getting ready to get signed?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I thought.
And I even asked the person in that position, and I asked, is there any reason why you haven't signed the contract? And he said no, or I don't know.
Well, we just hadn't got to it yet. We're getting to it now. He's been very understanding about it.
If he wants the job, he needs to sign the contract.
He will sign a contract here shortly.
I've got the contract here tonight if he wants to sign it.
Want to sign it, Mr. Hughes?
We haven't been through all of it. We're still going through it.
But yet, we're gonna put a salary ordinance into effect without a contract being signed?
There's some wording that has to be changed in.
And I want to go to the non-union positions, well, some even union positions, where we've got people still taking their vehicles home and they're not supposed to.
I don't think it has anything to do with the ordinance right now. You can bring it up at another date.
I brought it up, and they still continue to do what they're not supposed to
We cut all of them
do.
out, Jane, and you can bring it up at another meeting. We're talking about this ordinance right now.
Well, what's another benefit they're getting? How much is it costing the city in that, and a benefit per year?
Showing that ordinance till they get in the car to go home?
Pick and choose.
They were told in an ordinance not to take the car and go
They're here for the
home.
ordinance. Most of them were stopped anyway.
Promise.
A lot of them were. I don't watch everyone going home at night. No, I don't. And neither do you. Maybe you do, I don't know.
There's still city vehicles
No, I
not
haven't,
lettered
because
that was
it
voted
doesn't
on
matter anymore. They're going to do what they want to do.
almost 2 years ago.
That's your opinion. Which ones aren't lettered?
Yours?
I'm the mayor. Mine don't have to be.
One or two I've been.
I never seen that ordinance where it says that the mayor's doesn't have to.
Never seen where it says it had to be too. The reason mine's not lettered because they can use it for undercover, the police can. That's the reason we left it like that.
Yep.
Now, moving back to this ordinance. Anybody have any more on the ordinance?
Yeah, I'll just say, once again, I'm not gonna vote for it. Simple reason, police chief will be $92,879.80. Assistant police chief will be $82,559.88.
Okay, that's
Couldn't
you.
do that to our citizens.
Anybody else?
Only thing is, saying back to the mayor's assistant redevelopment, I mean, can we leave it at 80 until he signs the contract, then change it?
Yeah, if that's what you want.
I mean, like Mike said, I mean, I brought it up 6 months ago and he still hasn't signed it.
Where's that at? What page is that on?
3.
So we're going to drop him down to 80,000?
Appropriated, when we signed the contract?
Yeah.
Let me
Okay.
have yours too.
Please?
Let me have yours too for original already.
Oh, I just changed it. That's mine.
Okay, we'll drop that down there until we get a contract done with. Anybody else on the contract? The ordinance?
I have one other question.
What do you have?
Why does assistant city attorney make the same as city attorney?
What page y'all, Mike?
3.
Just typically assistant makes less than, so I'm just curious about that.
Just according to the contract.
How much did you make when you was assistant attorney? You made less than your dad, didn't you?
Because I work less hours, yes.
So you have a contract? Does that have to be approved by Board of Works or?
As far as I know, it was between the mayor and my father, which as a executive position, I believe that's correct.
I'd like to request a copy of that contract.
Any more, Aaron?
No.
Can you give me more?
I gotta vote no. I gotta vote no because of, I think that when the union contract was negotiated, it was negotiated unfairly toward one person.
Anybody else have any questions more about it? The ordinance?
What number we got, Jackie?
Okay, we're gonna read it.
What ordinance number are we on, Jackie? Do you know?
Should've been 20. I had it written on one of them.
Ordinance 20, 2013, ordinance fixing the rate of compensation of employees of the city of Lawrenceburg, Dearborn County, Indiana. Whereas the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg is required to pass a new salary ordinance for all union and non-union employees of the city pursuant to the union contract passed by the Board of Works and other employment contracts as provided by law and subject to appropriations. Now therefore be it ordained that the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg, Dearborn County, Indiana, that Section 1, the following schedule rate of compensation of employees of the City of Lawrenceburg, Indiana, Dearborn County, Indiana, beginning January 1st, 2014, shall be as follows. Elected officials, mayor, 49,123.20, clerk treasurer, 51,259.44 yearly, city judge, 41,967 yearly, common council members, 5, 50,000 yearly, board members, board of work members, 4 of them, 16,000 yearly, board of zoning, 5 of them, 6,000 yearly, plan commission, 7 of them, 8,400 yearly, redevelopment, 5 of them, 6,000 yearly, union positions, civil city, general foreman, $28.53 an hour, vehicle maintenance foreman, $27.03 an hour, civil city working foreman, $26.51 an hour, project manager, $26.01 hourly, mechanic A, $25.99 hourly, mechanic B, $23.38 hourly, sweeper operator labor, $23.86 hourly, laborer, $22.46 hourly, clerical A, $22.73 hourly, clerical A with degree, $23.23 hourly, mayor's secretary, $26.32 hourly, administrative assistant, $22.73 hourly, engineering Title 15 code support, $22.73 hourly, enforcement officer, $1,059.92 weekly, construction project manager salary, $1,447.70 weekly, building commissioner salary, $1,491.92 weekly, engineering Title 15 codes director, $1,886.63 weekly, building and maintenance working foreman, $26.51 hourly, building maintenance labor, $23.46 hourly, painter labor, $22.96 hourly, refuse collector, $23.86 hourly, parks department, parks working foreman, $26.51 hourly, parks caretaker, $23.22 hourly, parks assistant caretaker, $22.96 hourly, custodian, $22.46 hourly, electric department, electric working foreman, $27.87 hourly, electric lineman and serviceman A, $26.62 hourly, electric lineman and serviceman B, $25.77 hourly, electric laborer and groundman, $25.27 hourly, electric lineman apprenticeship, $22.93 hourly, electric ELE GIS CAD tech without license, $27.14 hourly. Water and sewer working foreman with DSL and WT3 license, $28.64 an hour. Water and sewer working foreman, $27.14 an hour. Water and sewer service and maintenance with DSL and WT3 license, $25.65 hour. Water and sewer service and maintenance, $24.65 an hour. Water and sewer plant operator with DSL and WT3 license, $24.30 an hour. Water and sewer plant operator, $23.80 an hour. Water and sewer labor and maintenance with DSL and WT3 license, $24.30 an hour. Water and sewer labor and maintenance, $23.80 an hour. Water laborer, $23.09 an hour, and water GSI CAD technician with license, $27.64 an hour. Metering working foreman, $27.39 an hour. Metering technician 2, $25.20 hourly. Meter technician 1, $23.58 an hour. Remedial working foreman with DSL and WT3 license, $27.64 an hour. Remedial service and maintenance with license, $26.25 an hour. Police department, police chief, salary, $1,786.15 weekly. Assistant police chief, $1,587.69 weekly. Captain, $25.94 an hour. Lieutenant, $25.74 an hour. Sergeant, $25.64 an hour. Detective, $25.64 an hour. Patrolman, $24.88 an hour. Police office manager, $26.32 an hour. Police clerk A, $23.23 hourly. Police clerk B, $22.18 hourly. Parking enforcement, $20.73 an hour. Police dispatcher, $17.15 an hour. Fire chief salary, $1,311.88 weekly. Firefighter, $23.88 hourly. Working supervisor EMS, 1,311.88 weekly. EMT, 23.88 hour. Utility office accounting customer service, 23.26 an hour. Clerical A, 22.73 an hour. Clerical B, 22.18 an hour. Utility accountant, 27.17 an hour. City court clerk, 23.73. Clerical A, 22.73 an hour. Clerical B, 22.18 an hour. Clerk treasurer office manager, 26.32 an hour. Accounting customer service, 23.26 an hour. Clerical A, 22.73 an hour. Non-union positions, mayor's assistant redevelopment director, 80,000 a year, yearly. Legal department, city attorney, $200 per hour. Assistant city attorney, $200 per hour. Utility department, utility director, $115,739.84 hour, yearly. Human resources, human resource director, $58,576.32 yearly. Marketing director, $80,000 yearly. Civil city parks, utility maintenance parks, $13.75 an hour. Pool manager, $16.50 an hour. Assistant pool manager at $14 an hour. Part-time summer help lifeguards, $10.55 an hour. Part-time summer help clerical garage pool cashiers, $9.45 an hour. Part-time summer help utility, $13.25 an hour. Police department, part-time police clerk, $20 an hour. Police reserves, $30 an hourly, subject to change. Fire department, assistant fire chief, deputy chief, $92.50 yearly. Captains, $2,000 yearly. Training officer, $4,000 yearly. District chief 1, assistant fire chief, $4,000 yearly. District chief 2, $4,000 yearly. Lieutenants, $1,000 yearly. Volunteer pay per run meeting, $20 per run/meeting. Volunteer shift work, $10 hourly. EMS department, part-time EMT, $18.24 an hour. Part-time call-out, $50.18 an hour. Clerk treasurer, CT accounting, $49,920 yearly. Part-time clerical, $13.25 an hour. City court part-time clerical, $13.25 an hour. This is a wage schedule only, not to be construed as work classification. Includes skilled trade adjustment according to the following schedule: project engineer, 10 cents. Mechanic, 50 cents. Carpenter, 50 cents. AMR tech, 25 cents. Lineman, 50 cents. Professional police officer, 50 cents. Water with DSL and WT3 license, 50 cents. Clerical with degree, 50 cents. Section 2, the following are certain incentives, benefits, and conditions associated with the above rates of pay for the employees of the City of Lawrenceburg. A, retirement plans, as stated in the union contract designated below. City will contribute $1.75 per hour worked into the employee's union pension fund if applicable. Further, the employee will contribute $3.10 per hour worked into their union pension fund for a total of $4.85 per hour worked if applicable. The city will contribute $124 per week for the retirement plans of the mayor and clerk treasurer. This will be in effect until December 31st, 2014. The city further agrees further to abide by ADA regulations, Non-Discrimination Act, Family Leave Regulations, and Workers' Compensation Act. D, the city agrees to pay for continuing education of any and all school training as long as it is job-related as determined by that employee's supervisor. E, all safety forces will take breaks and lunch as time permits during their schedule. F, all their union employees' fringe benefits and other working conditions, including skill rate adjustment, are contained in the collective bargaining agreement between the City of Lawrenceburg, Dearborn County, Indiana, and International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers and Local Union Number 1391. G, all other non-union employees, appointees' benefits, and other working conditions include those contained in the collective bargaining agreement between the City of Lawrenceburg, Dearborn County, Indiana, and the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers and Local Union Number 1391, but only as prescribed if applicable by the employment contract under Article 9, I got some Roman numerals here. Article 4, Article 5, Section 1, Article 6, Article 8, Article 11, Article 7, Article 13, Article 15, Article 22, Article 25, and Article 28. In addition, the non-union salary participants, as stated in their employment contracts, will receive an annual cost of living increase based on the average hourly percentage increase in said collective bargaining agreement. Section 3, said salaries above shall be paid at least on a semi-monthly basis, but they may be paid upon a more frequent basis at the discretion of the clerk treasurer. Section 4, the above rates of compensation shall not go into effect until January 1st, 2014, unless otherwise provided by employment contracts. Section 5, any other salary ordinances or part of ordinances in conflict herewith are hereby repealed. Passed by the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg, Dearborn County, Indiana, on this blank day of blank 2013.
Can I ask a couple questions before we take a vote?
Go ahead.
Who is our administrative assistant on page 1, Civil City?
Connie's one,
Connie?
I think, right?
Yeah, Connie.
Is that right?
Who is our engineering Title 15 code support?
John?
John Johnson?
Is that it?
No. Who's our enforcement officer?
There is
We
none.
don't have one.
We don't have one. Carl's been taking those duties.
Construction project manager?
Mr. Todd?
Building commissioner?
Mr. Fryman?
Engineering Title 5 codes director?
Mr. Clark?
Mike Clark?
Mm-hmm.
So our enforcement officer has been included in Carl Fryman's job description, correct?
He's been doing it for us.
That's the interlocal we entered into with Greendale last year, right?
Okay, so we won't be bringing no enforcement officer back on, will we?
I'm not planning on it. Mr. Fryman does a fine job.
On the budget.
Is it even in the budget?
I don't think so.
I don't know. Like I said, that was in there last year. It's a union position. I like your police clerk A.
So it's not in the budget, so that position cannot be filled, and it's not in the budget, so the general foreman position cannot be filled.
The enforcement officer or the general foreman?
Both.
I mean, that's, unless it's appropriated, it can't be.
Okay.
Is that Jane?
Yes.
Okay. Most approved first reading orders number 20, 2013.
I'll move.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
No.
Roll call, please.
Jane,
No.
Aaron,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Mike.
No.
No. And JR's, yes. Okay.
We do have a meeting on, there's a meeting that's been posted for Wednesday.
Wednesday, yeah.
It's,
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Mm-hmm.
When's that meeting?
5 o'clock on Wednesday.
This coming Wednesday?
Yeah.
You need to try to get it passed before November 1st.
No, it's got to be passed before November 1st, per the state.
Go on to the budget.
Yes, go ahead on the budget.
I'd like to make a couple comments before we go into MDF and riverboat budget.
Go ahead.
I have got the riverboat gaming development agreement between the City of Lawrenceburg, Indiana, and the Indiana Gaming Company, LP. Page 15, annual fee payments. The annual fee for any year of the term shall be the greater of a minimum annual fee of $6 million. $6 million is the least we can receive. Or the sum of the amounts computed by multiplying the following ranges of developers' adjusted gross receipts for the year in millions of dollars by following respective percentages. It's got a column for adjusted gross receipts, and it's got a percentage paid to the city. We are looking at dropping down to about 19 million a year. Okay. So that would be 150 to 200 million and would receive 6% of that amount. And if we calculate 15 million a month times 12 months equals 180 million. Per the development agreement, the city will get 6% of the 180 million. And 6% of the 180 million is $10,800,000. That is a massive drop, and it's going to continue to get worse. I don't have my second page. I left it at home, where we got River Downs, Dayton, and one other gambling entity that's going to come in and open its doors soon. We're number 2 in the tri-state right now on riverboat gaming revenue. Horseshoe went on top. If we continue to spend the money that we've been spending and have neglected to put back money, the city will be a laughingstock. Give me a minute to find some more papers.
What are you getting to, Jane?
Let me find this. We're getting to, if we take the state budget, add it to the $10,800,000, what do we usually get from the state? 8 million? Is that what we, 8.1 mil from the state in all taxes? Dan, what do we get on that, Dan?
I don't know.
Property tax levy is $6 million.
Wow. So we're looking to run this city on $16,800,000. Our payroll at this time, union and non-union, is well over $10 million.
I think with benefits and stuff, it's getting close to the $15 million mark.
$15 million. How are we can continue to operate this city? Jackie gave me the paper today. I can't find it. Darn it.
Dan's got one investment report.
Yes,
Dan's
that
got-
we actually have, what was that total we came up with?
49 something, wasn't it, Dan?
We actually have,
Investment report.
we only have $49 million in investments. 49 what?
49.8 million.
49.8 million in investment. That's all the city's got saved over all these years.
Now, is that,
Wait a minute. We got 19,000 more sitting out there in First Financial Bank.
19,000 or 19 million?
19 million, excuse me. 49 and 19 mil. Dan, off the top of your head, what is that?
49 plus 19?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
68.
68.
$68 million. The city has $68 million. You go ask somebody out on the street how much this city has, and they'll tell you we have $180 million. People, I'm here to tell you, we don't have $180 million. We have went through billions of dollars over the past 18 years. Yes, we've got a lot of nice parks, we got a walking trail, we've got a beautiful community center, we've helped many entities, but where are the jobs? Where is the economic development? What have we done to help our citizens? Our electric bills have gone up. We tried to give our citizens a tax break. Never happened. We need change. We're gonna go broke. The writing's on the wall. We are gonna go broke. We're gonna have to lay off people. And we're not gonna even be able to maintain what we have structurally. So when we get into this MDF and riverboat, we have nothing in rainy day. I just wanted to put it out there. It's a sad state.
I have a question for Dan. That 68 million
Yeah.
that she's talking about, does that include the remainder of the money for the event center, or is that after the event center money's all out of there?
But actually, I think there's a lot of points that have to be clarified.
Jackie told me she only took out 10 million, and she's got to take out what, how much more million for the event center?
Answer your question specifically, the event center, and I'm looking at information that's through the end of September that is, says there's $16 million in the event center. Am I reading that right? Your report doesn't put, I'm sorry, $1.6 million in the event center fund, and then Jackie transferred another $10 million into that. Is that correct?
That's been a couple months ago, yeah.
Okay. So you got $1.6 million in the event center fund now. But you have, in addition to the $49.8 million of investments, which are essentially CDs and money markets, you have another $82.5 million in cash.
But that's
So
to
that's
get us through the rest of the year. We won't have that by the end of the year.
You've got $132 million in the bank between your cash and investments.
But by the time we hit December, how much will we
But
have?
that was at the end of the...
Probably about 100, something less than that, but not materially less.
What are we talking, 99?
Well, according to the budget books that everyone's received, you should expect to end this year, 2013. And this isn't every city fund, it's just your main funds.
So where's this money at? If she couldn't account for it and show me, where's this money? Well, it's in appropriations, right?
It's in banks. An
You've got
appropriation.
a checking account, you've got several checking accounts, plus you've got your investments. So the city, I mean, the facts are, the city at the end of September has roughly $132 million in the bank.
What will we have at the end of December?
At the end of December, in the budget analysis we did, we limited just the budget funds. You're going to have, gosh, I can't give you an apples-to-apples number because that's not how the budget was prepared. We didn't budget every single fund of the city.
So we're looking at roughly 99 mil?
Oh, no, it should be more than, it should be a lot more than that. I don't have the number, so I'm not even going to put out a number. But if you want an apples-to-apples comparison as to where the city will be at the end of the year, what I can tell you factually is that you have $132 million today and you have 3 months left to go. I can also tell you what you had roughly what you had at the beginning of the year, which was a cash balance of $78 million. So your cash balances in the city have gone from $78 to $82 million.
Because we got money coming in.
So you've got money coming, but you also had money going out. Your investments at the beginning of the year were roughly, let's see, 35. That would be most of it. At the beginning of the year, you had $61 million in investments. And Jackie
Okay.
said she transferred 10 million, so that takes you down to 51, and you've got 40,
So at the beginning of the year when we started, we had $51 million.
say again, please,
At the beginning of the year when we started, we had $51 million
in investments.
in investments.
And Jackie mentioned that she transferred $10 million from investments to cash for the event center.
How much more needs to be transferred?
It's a $48 million project.
So we still got 48 more million we got to send over there?
No, 38.
Your event center,
Which, because I asked a few weeks ago, Dan,
yeah,
did
do
you
you
get
have that
me?
number handy?
I never got it.
I emailed it to you.
Oh, I didn't get it. I'm sorry. That's why I was getting ready to ask you if you ever got it.
Yeah, your name? What's your email address?
Lawrence Motorsports at msn.com.
Actually, I don't see it.
I never got it,
I have to agree with you. I drafted it.
because I'd requested, the total that's been spent, and I'd like a breakdown of 2011, 2012, and 2013 each year.
Yeah, and I did put that together, and going from memory, in 2011, there was only a couple months of activity in 2012, but the bulk of the activity has been in 2013. I mean, the lion's share of that activity, which has been, according to your appropriation report, $19.9 million spent this year out of that total project budget.
For the event center?
Yeah,
19 point what?
19.9, and that's been what's spent this year.
And that
it's
was
also
through September?
through September. I don't think we have, although if you pull up the annual report, we can do that.
Is that including the 10 million Jackie transferred?
The $19 million is what's been spent this year. The $10 million is part of the funding of how you spent that money. So money in, $10 million, money out, $19 million. Go for.
So 11 and 12 you don't have with you, or?
It's actually in Gateway, which everybody has access to. It's the Event Center Fund in Gateway. And that's what when I looked it up for you, that's where I went, was Gateway, which is the public site.
So according,
What do you go under?
It's 404, my fault.
What's that website that's under?
I get to it by going to the State Board of Accounts website, www.state.in.gov/SBOA, and then link on the Gateway link. But Gateway has its own site, I just don't have it memorized. Too old.
so 19 millions,
Yeah, and you spent
Point.
$4.1 million last year. And then the year before that, it was under $1 million.
What was, do you have it for 2011?
Let me pull it up. Yeah,
Dean, can you give me that information tomorrow so we can move on with this?
yeah, definitely.
I just got one more thing to add that. If everything that you said's correct, we still got to send 25 more million over to the event center then, right?
Some
Approximately.
numbers, that's gonna be close. Yeah.
So then we're taking the 25 million from our line right now,
Take 25 million from the 132 million that you have
and then we got to get through the rest of the year,
in September.
and we got to get through the rest of the year, so we're looking at 90-some mil.
132 minus 25 is 107.
Well,
Oh,
plus our
she's saying the rest is
appropriations.
spending for the city.
Yeah, the rest of the spending for the city, I haven't forecasted, well, actually I have. I haven't forecasted every fund of the city, but I forecasted your budget funds. So let me comment on that. For the funds that you're including in your budget, which are general, MVH, local road and street, police pension, park non-reverting, MDF, and riverboat. At the end of the year, we're forecasting $89.9 million in those funds. Now, those funds.
89 point what?
89.9. Those funds began the year with 16, 30, with 96 million. So essentially for 2013, if you spend your entire budget, your cash balances will go down about $7 million.
So we're saying 89.9.
But now keep in mind, I want to make sure everyone understands that. That is only the funds that I just listed. You've got other funds in your city.
That didn't include the investments, was that right? Or-
Yeah, that would be cash investments. Yeah.
That, okay.
So,
And it includes $14 million that are intended to be transfers to your non-reverting funds. In other words, savings for your future years.
So if you take out the event center money, roughly, and then you said 7 million through the end of the year, if it went through the budget, that would be 57 million, is that right?
You know, I can't follow anybody's math.
Because you said 89,
89 million.
and then roughly got to take 25 million still out for the event center.
I don't know that you're going to be able to spend $25 million between now and the end of the year on the event center. I don't know. I don't know what the construction.
But I mean, if it was to get transferred, you know, sometime it's got to get transferred. That'd bring it to 64, and then you said
The event center isn't in the $89 million equation that I just mentioned.
the money's not coming out of that?
The money for the event center is going to come from part of what's in your investments.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, 25 million.
25 million will come out of,
And that was, the 89 you said included the investment.
includes investments. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
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 so we're looking at 64 mil?
Get another number.
Well, 64 is after the 25.
I just want to make a statement real quick. Why is it so hard to find out the bottom line? That's all I've asked for 2
You made the
years.
statement, and that's what I'm saying, is that this discussion there's a lot of apples and oranges going on here. The facts are the city has $132 million in the bank as of the end of September. Okay? That's cash and investments. Now, you said, well, where are we going to be at the end of this year? I've told you, I have not done a forecast by fund for the city for the end of this year. The only thing that we have done, working in conjunction with the clerk treasurer's office, is the funds that you're budgeting. You do not budget to the state every single fund that you have. So I have a subset of that $132 million that we have analyzed pretty closely. So I can't tell you where the city's going to be at the end of this year. I can tell you where these funds are going
Can
to be.
you tell me on January 1st?
Oh, yeah, on January 1st we can tell you. Now, by context, I did give you some information that I think is useful. One, you have $132 million at the end of September. Of that $132 million, 82.5 is cash. At the beginning of the year, you had $78 million worth of cash. So, you know, the city's, the revenue, or the cash position of the city's relatively flat this year. And we have to take into account the investment activity, but overall it's relatively flat. So what that also tells me is that despite what you're budgeting, you're not spending everything. It also tells me you have funds, or you have line items in your Riverboat and MDF funds that are designated to be transferred to non-reverting funds. In 2013, that number is $14 million. In 2014, the number drops down to $10 million. So what does that mean in English? It means that you have a portion of what you're budgeting that is simply you're budgeting for savings so that you have it for future years. Does that make sense?
I just don't know if it'll be enough or not to carry. If
All
we,
right, we're gonna move on, we'll get to what we're here for, the budgets.
that's what we're talking, budget.
Well, we're moving on to the budget pages. If you got any more questions, Dan, you can call Dan and ask Dan. Okay,
Go to the riverboat first.
do the riverboat first.
We need them bad. Think about it. Riverboat. What page does Riverboat start on?
1 or 13. You bring yours. I'll go next. I got one that's, oh, the riverboat changed much from the first one to the second one. And I changed some. There.
Okay. On
Here's
page
that paper I
13,
couldn't find.
anybody have on 13?
I have one question. Unemployment published was 0, adopted 25,000.
We
What?
got first financial.
What's that about?
And the rest of it's already in the budget.
The unemployment,
50,
he asked about the unemployment, went from 0 published
69
and
now.
25,000 adopted.
open investments report.
Okay.
And what number is Riverboat in our
What-
appropriation report?
284.
284.
Unless there wasn't anything budgeted originally, and I don't know where the 25 came from.
We had, yeah, there was 25,000 in there last year.
It just
Okay.
wasn't put in there as far as the budget.
Okay.
performs. Okay.
I couldn't understand why there wouldn't be something there.
Talking about the unemployment.
Yeah.
It was 25.
25, yeah.
Yeah.
Any more? Page 13. Okay, moving on to 14. Anybody have a 14?
I have a few questions. EMP payout. What is that?
Oh,
I just
oh,
know.
employee payout when they retire. That would be the line for, say somebody, well, whoever retires is gonna have a lot of years in. If they've accumulated sick or vacation time that they haven't used, that's, we were paying it out of their, budget line. And so therefore then you couldn't hire anybody, because there was no money there. So we made up a separate line, to pay them out of when they retire, if needed. And that's just an amount, and we don't know if it's needed or not. But we didn't know how much to do.
'Cause I know it was 50 for this year. Nothing was spent.
Okay, well,
And
it can be less.
Well, it was knocked down to 25.
Okay.
I was curious of what that is.
That's what that is, though.
Do we know if we have anybody planning on retiring in 214?
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
About how many?
Just one.
Just
One I
one?
know of.
He probably ain't got $25,000 worth of sick days, though, does he?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
And then, on the legal fees, 1316, we had discussed that some before. I'd ask about where city attorney's money comes from stuff, which I could go out in
Well,
my
legal
truck, I have it, I
legal
think.
fees and services, we've got a budget for the city attorney, but when we run out of money in there, then I always go to any of the lines that say legal fees and services. Any attorney that we have or had, gets paid out of there.
'Cause at
So
the
it's not just
last,
a city attorney.
last discussion, she didn't think anything for them was spent out of there, but majority of
And-
what I've seen is spent out of there.
Okay, I, without looking at the sheets, I wouldn't know.
Suzanne?
And I think the last thing I said to you, Mr. Lawrence, was I wasn't sure whether or not, where she pays it out of. I just know that as far as the
Whatever I
budget
can.
she asked me about was the one that was in the general
I'm
budget.
just saying.
I got a question for Suzanne. Suzanne, we started at 225,000. How much did we spend and how much do we have left?
Year to date, we've spent $266,140.13.
And it's over 40,000 in the red.
So we have a negative.
So shouldn't that have come before council for approval of additional appropriations?
It did just about 2 weeks ago.
But before it went negative? That's my question.
Well, we don't always know when it might go negative to be able to come tell you.
But that, I would think monthly, which if we go back to last year with the financial advisor, that's what we was wanting, was a monthly report, so we would know what was in each line item, so.
And then you guys
We didn't go
are
over.
pretty much live now, right?
Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, The
so-
appropriation reports
They-
and the fund reports are the monthly reports.
Right. But I've had them for like 2 months now, right?
Yeah, more.
Well, maybe 3. But, huh?
Still.
maybe 3. But what I'm saying, I'm almost into my second year, and
But they did agree to give that to us on a monthly basis
Were you not
now.
getting those at all in 2012?
No,
nope. Not one.
we were just getting what we were spending, accounts payable.
Any more on 14?
Travel and other expenses, because I knew we had travel expenses in the general.
And that was
Dan, how
double.
much, we started with 20, how much do we have left in that one?
No, you only started with 10.
Last year was 10.
Oh, last year was 10?
There's 665.13 left. End of September, or end of August, I'm sorry.
What was that, Mike?
70 left after.
How much is left?
$370.13.
And last year, we was at 10?
Mm-hmm.
Why does it say 2020?
That's the published amount and adopted amount.
Okay. So do we need to increase that? We're still got $370. Anybody gonna travel November, December?
Who all's traveling expenses come
That
out of it?
should be
Because I know there's several different.
Grants at least, and Jenny's. There might be,
Connie and Dina do.
yeah, they go to a conference too, yeah. There's at least 2 of them that's, spend more than others. But then there was 2 more that were taken out of there.
Well, we do Purdue every year for road school.
Oh, yeah, road school over here.
This was your first year.
I guess my question is, do we need to increase it from 10 to 20? Or 10 to 15?
I don't know why you just wouldn't go for 20, and if you don't use it next year, then you can drop it down.
Right.
I mean, if there's only 370 left. Well, I guess it's October. I don't know if anybody's gonna do anything else.
Leave it at 20. Anybody else?
Go back to Indianapolis.
Remember that meeting.
Yeah.
I don't understand why we can't reduce it. If the money's there, might just be spent just to go on a trip.
They're not like that, Mike. They go do things with the city. Get educated with the city. What's your pleasure, Dane?
I say 15,000.
Aaron?
That's fine.
Bill?
Fine.
Mike?
Yes.
JR?
I'm good with it. 15, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, anybody else have anything on 14?
Telephone,
Oh, go ahead.
go ahead, Mike.
Telephone and fax, the 125,000 at the end of June, which is what I had at the time. There had been approximately 7,000 spent. That is 1323.
And what did we start out with and what do we have left?
125.
Which is at the end of August. There's 83,622.04 left.
End of September is 81,851.06.
81,000? What?
81,851.06.
That's what's left?
End of September.
So it looks like we could reduce that to 50,000 and still have
We got 81,000?
plenty. Because this is the same we was talking about at the last meeting, that the mayor said there was 30% cuts straight down the board.
I said it was 30% cut in 60 down the board.
In MDF and Riverboat.
I think Mr. Todd made that comment, didn't you?
No.
No? Somebody made that comment.
Doesn't make any difference. What do you want to do with it?
I suggest 50, and that's still way more than,
There's something in there, Jackie, you've used before?
No.
Gerald, what's your pleasure?
Oh, 50 be good if we still got 80 in there, right? 80 something.
Mike?
yep.
Bill?
Yep.
Aaron?
Yep.
Jane?
Yes.
Okay.
Side 50.
And I think my comment was about the Verizon bill.
Okay. I just knew somebody said everything was cut at a
Any more on
percentage.
14?
I have one on, vehicle liability insurance and then workers' comp insurance. There's 500,000 in each one, so $1 million total. The end of June, there was, 361 spent out of vehicles and liability insurance, and out of workers' comp, only $2,563.
Vehicle and liability is now in the red. We had other bills that came in.
Suzanne, can you tell us what we started with and what we're left with?
Which one or for both?
For both vehicles.
500,000 started. And you have remaining is negative in the red, 116,475. Workers' comp, 500,000. Remaining, 403,855 even.
So it looks like we need to increase vehicles liability insurance.
And reduce workers' comp, which I would think, isn't there, I mean, you should have a premium for each one of the insurance policies. And I understand you might add a vehicle or something change with employees, but it should definitely be able to be a lot closer than what it is.
Those are the numbers given to me by the insurance company.
So they tell you 500,000 for each one?
That was last year, they told me that, yes.
But Jackie, don't they do an annual audit, and that's what it's based off of towards the end of the year?
Workman's comp does an audit. I don't know about the other part.
I think they do. I agree with.
the only audit you have.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say you leave those alone. I mean,
I wouldn't mess with it either.
Well, don't you think we ought to increase vehicles liability insurance if we're in the red?
Well, I think one line needs to be reduced and the other one raised. They're spending more out of the one line item.
And Jackie, how did you cover that? Did you take the money from the workman's comp?
Well, yeah, I could, yeah, Because you can trade within the lines that are like the 300 accounts or the 200 accounts. You can't go from 2 to 3. But yeah, I've covered it from workman's comp.
Are we allowed just to take 100 from workers' comp and put 100 into the vehicle liability? Are you allowed to do that?
You mean tonight?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, you
yeah.
can lower one and raise the other.
As long as we stay within the,
Yeah.
what was advertised.
Because that would keep the vehicles from going into the red next year, I was thinking.
so make that one 600,000 and make the workman's comp 400,000.
Yeah, if everybody's fine.
Well, it would need to be more than that. Need to be like 700,000.
Or 650.
I don't know if there's anything, well, I guess you won't have anything else probably till first quarter. Is that
I
how-
get bills all the time.
Jackie, what do you
Yep.
recommend? 650 or 7?
How much was that one in the red, Suzanne?
116, 475.
116. Okay, so if we put, say 620, for vehicles and liability, and then reduce the other one, make that one 380, workers' comp. You've still got the same amount of money, but it's just proportioned differently. Yeah,
Jane, what's your pleasure?
620,000.
yeah, for vehicles and liability.
380,000,
For workers' comp, yes.
I'm okay.
Aaron,
Yes.
Bill?
Yeah.
Mike?
Yes.
JR?
I'm good with it.
Okay.
Okay. Any more on 14? Moving to 15. You on 15?
I
Yeah.
got one here. Why the big drop there on Main Street from 350 to 250?
We cut 30%. But they can come back first year and see if council wants pretty appropriate money.
Can we just, do it now? Let's move the published number over, or? Because it was published 350, but it's adopted 250. I don't know what we're allowed to do.
So did you cut 30%? Or you didn't cut 30%?
Some of them we did, on some things we did.
Like our revenue sharing, that's a big cut. Utility projects, that took a big cut.
And did they submit what they want to spend the money on?
Streetscape maintenance,
Their budgets.
Yeah, for Main Street?
I did see some of the budget. That way you can't tell them what to spend in the budget. We just give them the money. They set their budget.
Yeah, but I think State Board of Accounting says that's not what you do. You have to look at it and agree with it and approve it before you give them money. I believe in the 2011 audit. Aaron, have you seen a copy of their budget and what they plan on?
Yeah, I got the one they sent to the mayor. It's right here. Their, Lawrenceburg Main Street 2014 budget proposal. It was, it's itemized, and they were requesting 361,580.
What was your thought on it since you reviewed it, if you've had it?
I know a lot of people was concerned about the rehab grants, but that's really not even a factor. When I did
That's for cost.
from what they spent this year, January 1st to October 18th, I have that broken down, and the building improvement grant program is only 10% of their expenses. One of the main expenses is their events and music on the river account for 33%, looks like 34% of their expenses. Winter Wonderland, 6%. Housing assistance, paint, the residential grants are like 4%. For the other people can get $500 to fix up their house, like the paint program.
I went over and I sat down with Pat and I reviewed her budget. And first of all, the State Board of Accounts told us that we need to see how the money's been spent that we gave the prior year. Has anybody did that with any of these entities?
Yeah, right here. That's this current year we're in right now. This is the proposed 2014 right here.
Are you okay with, are you okay with the way the money was spent?
Yeah, I went through line by line. There's, like I said, a lot of people were concerned about the grants when I was talking to them, but that's not that's a small percentage of their costs.
Pat, I did speak to some people. They are very grateful for the events that you have downtown. They enjoy coming downtown. I'd hate to see that stop, especially with the event center opening in 214. I think we should have more cause and more reason to bring people downtown. However, I do think that this board should oversee the grant money that you give away.
You're talking about building improvement grants, or just the $500 residential
The
grant?
500 residential, I think you're okay with. I'm okay with it. I think the major grants should have some oversight before they're given. That's just my opinion. I don't know if this board agrees with me or not.
What we think
that's
about
not the home repair program.
Huh?
That's not the homeowner repair program, right?
No.
Because there's an extra $70,000 that goes towards a repair program in the MDF as well. But I didn't know. I don't.
The grants that come under the new program we got.
No, I'm talking about her grants that she gives out for businesses.
Aaron, out of that 350, did they give out grants? How that?
Just what they're required to do from the maybe Pat can answer, prior administration, Pat?
Out of the 350 that we were given last year, really the only grants that we gave, the only program we have is sign an awning and paint facade. The other grants, the building improvement grants, are out of a totally different fund. And as I've told you all before, the liquidity in that fund is probably about $67,000. We haven't given anything out of that. The only thing we're paying on building improvement grants are grants that were given in the past, and the work is now just being completed. So truthfully, that other fund, we haven't touched it for the last year and a half. So the only grants that come out of the operating money that you give us is paint facade and sign and awning. So that's it. And the budget, actually, our budget request this year was actually, we reduced it by $10,000. It was actually $340,000. And I might as well come up here and talk some. We are very grateful for any monies the city gives us, just so you know, we really appreciate it. And we feel a real responsibility to spend all that money carefully. And we think we do that. In the numbers we had as of the end of September, I know you all want activities and things that give back to the community. As of the end of September, 55.5% of our expenditures were for activities for the community. I also know, Jane, you talked about economic development, and I hear the word jobs from this council a lot. 73% of our expenditures were spent locally, and by locally I mean Dearborn County, and for the most part, Lawrenceburg. That money is going right back to the community. So we think we've been very good stewards of the money. And the one thing that doesn't show in any of our operational budgets are the hundreds and hundreds of hours of volunteer work. We couldn't do anything that we do if we didn't have good volunteers. So we feel very strongly that we're giving the city a lot back for the money we're given. We understand the cuts, though. But the only thing I can tell you is that I can cut probably $6,000 to $8,000 out of my operating expenses.
But tell them what you're going to have to kill.
Well, then the bulk of our expenses are promotions and marketing and economic development. That's where the cut will come. And in our discussions to try to anticipate how we might absorb this cut, things like Music on the River is going to have to be cut in, it's been 13 weeks, okay? Last year it was 14, this year was 13. It's going to have to be cut in the number of events. We provide space, tenting, and things for local businesses and nonprofits to have stands there, so we absorb that cost. If we're cut, then that means that either they have to bring their own pop-ups, or we don't have any tenting, or we're going to have to charge them a fee to be there. You know, it's only 2 hours, so it's kind of hard to charge very much of a fee for that. We have a split the pot at all the Music on the Rivers. For years, we've let the band boosters do the split the pot, and they keep that 50% for themselves. If we get cut and we need to raise funds, we're going to have to take that split the pot for ourselves. We already have a gaming license to do that. Every other activity is just going to have to be cut in half. That's pretty much where we're going to be. And I just want to tell you all what the impact is, and I understand your need to cut, but just so you understand what that's going to be.
But you did come back after the first year and ask for more appropriations.
And Mayor, if that's the case, I can come back and ask for more appropriations, but can we do it immediately at the beginning of the year? And the reason I ask that is because in January, we're doing our planning. If January, I don't have that money, I'm not we're responsible planners. We're not going to plan for things that we don't have funding for.
But your music don't start till June. That'll give you plenty of time to get back to it if you come in January and ask for money.
Right, but typically, we do our planning and secure our contracts in February is about the time, yeah.
And like on the split the pot, what's the average raised on that for that 50% that goes to the band boosters? Do you know?
It depends on the concert, It's been like 200, and it's been, I think, once 700 or 700.
They do very well. They do very well
Yeah.
with music.
So at the minimum, $200 is,
Your cut is going to, it goes way beyond the budget of Music on the River. So
Right.
basically, there would be no Music on the River.
so at $200, I'm just talking about the band boosters over here at school, So at minimum, $200 a week is gonna be cut from the band boosters by.
I would
by
say
them.
that, yes.
And they also make money with selling hot dogs and
Right.
hamburgers and stuff like that too, Mike, so.
Right, we give them that space.
So it's gonna affect more than just the Music on the River for the citizens, it's also gonna affect our kids that go over here to our local school for their program, their music program, and what's your recommendation there?
I'd like to keep it at least the same as last year, just, let's see how it goes this year with the event center opening and the 350.
We'll go 350. Jane?
I agree.
Bill? Sure. Mike?
Yes.
JR?
350 is good with me.
Any more on 14?
Yes.
We're-
Or 15, rather.
Unfinished projects from 1.3 million to 1 million. I'd like to request a list of the unfinished projects, or if they can be told, I'd like to hear them.
Okay, I can't tell you right now, but I can get you that list. That's for projects not completed or contracted that won't be paid until next year. But yeah, I can get you that list, Jay.
That would include retainage too from contract.
Retainage, yeah, closing projects.
Okay, Suzanne, what did we end up with in that, from that 1.3 mil? What do we got left?
The end of September, $909,832.79.
79?
Uh-huh.
So we still got 900,000?
Yeah, but Mike, you'll probably have a lot in the end of the year claims, so I don't know.
Sure we will.
We do a cutoff of claims and they.
But unfinished projects have carried all the way till the end of this year? I mean, unfinished projects, I would think would have gotten taken care of in January and February.
Mike, if you remember, last year, this time of the year, we put a bunch of bids out. They were awarded in December, and they're this year's projects, basically, but they were bid out last year and under last year's budget, so we had to carry those funds over.
Suzanne, did you say 900,000,
909,832.79.
So $909,832. Mike, with that money left, can you finish those projects? So we can cut a little bit more out of unfinished projects?
No, because I made up a list of what we were gonna be carrying over from this year to next year. That list is specific to.
So you're gonna eat up that 900,000 by December?
Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure. I mean, I can't speak on where we're at with some of the projects right now.
So how much in projects are out right now that's been awarded?
Mike, I can't give you that number, I'm sorry.
But once again, we could cut that and could ask for additional appropriation if that's the
But
case.
the only thing is, I believe you're bound by law that if if we have debt out there and we know we have it, we have to make sure that that's earmarked and put off to the side. And this number here is what we've got.
I mean, I understand that, but I'm asking for a number, but I can't get a number. I mean,
I don't have all that information with me, Mike. I mean, there's quite a few projects. I can't, I'm sorry, but I really can't memorize all of them.
Can you get that form?
Yeah, we can get that.
Anything else on 15?
Tuition books. How much we got left in that?
Started off last year at 0. I don't think there's any in the budget last year for it.
We had a 0. Did we spend anything for tuition and books?
320, Suzanne.
You have
0, Aaron?
That's what it said at the beginning of last year.
yeah, it's in the red at the end of August, $2,837.52.
That was appropriated. That'll fix that.
But I mean,
Yeah.
that's been spent as the end of August.
How much did we spend then?
320,
Yeah.
0 was put in there, and we spent 2,837.52.
But we never know, do we, who might be going to school or doing something?
No, I actually think that could be John. I'm not
That's
sure.
John, that amount is. Yeah, I know that.
We don't, yeah.
So where'd you pull the money from to cover that?
They did an additional
We
appropriation.
did an additional appropriation.
What do you recommend, Jackie, for next year for tuition?
I don't have, Jane, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Because I have no clue who might start taking classes or who's already taking classes that are going to go into next year. Those are things that they don't tell me until they have the bill and it's like, okay, here's the bill, I'm doing this.
But we spent $2,837.52.
Yeah.
Can we drop it down to 4 or 5? And appropriate if we have to? 5, Bill?
I would say 5, just to.
Okay.
5. I'm okay with 5.
Okay. Aaron?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Mike?
Yep.
JR?
Yep.
Okay.
What do you want it to be?
320.
Any more?
500, 5,000.
116. Anything on page 16?
I have one on, streetscape maintenance, but in, appropriation report, I don't see that number. Which is 14.
Oh, it's probably under the,
522.
Previous page.
Um,
On your previous page.
let's see. Yeah, it's 522 on the report. Because Gateway does not have 500 numbers. So I had to put them in with the 4s.
422, that's what we're talking about.
What are you looking for, Mike?
About-
What it was last year?
522 last year.
422 in the budget, but 522 on appropriation report.
Some of the numbers got switched, these numbers I got here. That's the numbers that were last
522.
year, and this is the
Yeah.
numbers that were this
So it
year.
was 80 last year?
Yeah.
And we're dropping it down to 50? Can we drop it even more?
I don't even see 522. See 5.
284?
Oh, it's.
2,000?
284.
Okay.
Mike. 522, did you find it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because at the end of August, there was only $6,738.75 spent
And
out of
it
there.
stayed that way for some.
So what's that figure?
Remaining,
Yes.
73,261.25.
Isn't there, some contracts due in October
You guys have any more contracts out?
on that street?
Streetscape?
Not right now, no.
Mario?
I thought there was
We've got a
something you
little
said
bit
last time it was due.
We've got a little bit of concrete under that miscellaneous. Concrete.
I would, ask to reduce that to 25,000.
Some-
88 is all right? 25, you'll be able to do it?
It is, and just be aware too, hopefully the ash trees don't come back, but whenever we have tree removal or tree trimming in the public right of way on our streets. That's fund that we'll have out. I'm anticipating a little bit more cost next year.
Mike, you want to go 25?
Yes.
JR?
Good with me.
Bill? Yep. Aaron?
Yeah.
Jane?
Mike, do you think that'll cover it with our trees?
Jane, it should,
Okay, I'm good with the 25.
Okay. Any more on 15? Going to 16. We got-
I noticed a big increase, city marketing, 45,000 to 150.
Not me, I didn't do it.
Yeah, leave it 7.
Is it on there?
And what's the reasoning on that?
Probably because the new event center.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
new
big event
events and
center's
things
gonna
like
be.
that.
Plus, I know the marketing director is probably going to have to employ, you know,
Oh, we gotta
experts.
hire more people?
No.
No, they're consultants.
Consultants.
Any marketing, to do branding and stuff like that. I mean, just, that would be costly. That's the reason I put 150 there.
Everybody does think the casino's gonna market the event center, I hope. Hopefully.
But we need someone there to market Lawrenceburg.
Right.
Well, as it stands now, and the way the future looks, Hollywood's not gonna fill their hotel. They're not filling their hotel through the week right now. It's hurting our hotels out on US 50. And when this new hotel comes in, it's gonna hurt our hotels even more out on US 50, if we even get people to stay.
That's what a marketing person does, Jane. This, some of the 150 for the city to be marketed too. We talk economic development, that comes from city marketing.
Can we drop that down? Mike, what do you suggest?
Well, I just heard economic development, and then I thought this was just a marketing director, not an economic development
They
director.
work part of that too, Mike. I mean,
Work part
they're
of
trying, marketing
I'm
tries
just
to
going
make
back to
jobs here.
discussions in the meetings.
They help bring people to work there too. That's,
Can we-
gotta market your city.
Can we split that in half, 75,000, and if she needs more or he needs more? Well, it's a she, we already know who we hired, right?
Right. I don't know if it, I don't know.
I don't think 150,000 is too much for our city, but that's just my
I don't either.
opinion.
Joe, how you feel?
I'd say leave it as it is,
Mike?
there if we need it.
I'd say cut it.
Bill,
150.
Aaron,
Just leave it, and if we don't use it, we don't use it.
then you cut it for next year. Jane?
I'd like to cut it.
Okay, 3 don't. Leave it as is. Any more on 16?
One, city property taxes, which I asked about this, I remember last year.
We have to pay at least 1 year's worth of city taxes when the city buys a piece of property. Then they will take it off the books, but not until we pay that first year.
Most of our purchase contracts have it until, because you pay in arrears, so
is
usually
that-
that first one,
Mostly redevelopment, or,
yeah.
Mhm.
Any more on
and
16?
then we talked last time, I think, on the drug testing expenses, because there was another line item somewhere else, and so that got answered last time.
On
Yeah.
this one, Aaron.
3,500.
Hey, last time it was 3,500. How much have we spent, Suzanne?
On what line item, drug testing?
448.
What was the last time?
At the end of August, they had spent 3918.
What's the line item?
448 in MDF.
Last year?
No, last year it was 46.
446? We overspent by $418.
We've only spent $418?
We overspent.
Oh, okay.
Where are we on this?
Oh, drug testing.
Drug testing.
5,000?
That's one thing that keeps going up. You don't really have any idea. Especially if you have accidents, we send the people to get drug tested.
You have to pay the hospital as well as the drug company.
No.
How much did you say we spent out of the 4,500?
3,500.
3,500 was budgeted, we spent $3,918. We overspent by $418.
All right, I'm good with the 4-5.
Okay, everybody? Aaron?
Yep.
Bill?
Yeah.
Mike?
Yep.
JR. We're gonna recess about a half hour. We got a member that has to go to a meeting real quick and be right back. So we'll be back here at 7:30.
Hey, we're almost done. So we're almost done with her folks. MDF figures, okay. MDF figures. So the only thing we need to make sure we heard when we do though is figure out what we want to do with this. This, you mean? Okay.
Sure.
56.
This year.
Yeah, everything.
City.
City.
18 now.
So far.
And this is through where? Right.
So now it'll start to come back.
October, November, December, and this is as of September, into September?
Okay.
Oh, I need you down there to find your number.
What? I didn't say that, the mayor did. Well, we plugged the numbers in originally, and then, you know, he said we need to change them. I said, oh, no problem.
Money in now.
Yeah, you know.
That way, it's all taken in at once.
I
No.
was gonna show you real quick, he was just explaining. And MVH,
Don't do explaining.
street repair, this line item is not.
Yeah, but that, you know, it's what he said.
Saying we could
You know, we just-
basically move this.
You know, 3.2% is fine.
Mistake coming last time.
I might, no, I just was,
Right.
I'm a little upset because some people don't do as much work and get way more money now. That's all, yeah.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Okay. And she would make that, she would also change it to make sure it was both motor vehicle. Yeah.
The general form is still zeroed out.
Huh?
General form is still zeroed out?
Yes.
Yeah, because you changed it.
Motor vehicle.
So the motion.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm just upset because we have foremen, we have office workers, that make more money than I do and don't work and are not here like I am. That was my theory. I want a raise, and the fact that I probably wouldn't get another one. Or at least part of them.
So.
We're not seeing it yet. 49.6. 49.6, I think. I don't know. I don't know what it's up to now. Well, and it's on the ordinance.
He's got it.
Almost 18,000.
When it's done. Probably not, because we won't get a majority vote. Two people voted yes, so they'll have to go to Wednesday night. And then you get a copy Wednesday night after it's, or Thursday after it's passed on Wednesday. Please? Oh, it's gonna be 64,999, and then, yeah, 96. That's more than.
Place over there was
Wait a minute, I don't know, I got the wrong copy. Hold on a minute.
out there doing trips.
Carried away with it.
It's 64,999. 96, I think.
See, that's what kills me.
No, still not right. Leslie?
None of them have been approved, and a lot of them are changing all the time.
Can I see the correct salary ordinance? Mike's asking for what my salary's gonna be, and I've got the old one.
49, 451, 520, oh, sorry. 51, 259, 44.
That's the, yeah.
Which side is the signature, right?
What?
That passed, right? 3-2? Yeah. Pass it?
Doesn't that be unanimous? It needs Wednesday night's readings, dear.
We were
Yeah.
really smart to do pop-ups and to learn all the things we learned.
What's the mayor gonna, or just hand it here,
What
huh?
could work and what couldn't work here.
49, 123, 20. You're welcome.
Honestly.
Please? Yeah. Okey doke. Oh, I know. Connie, you here a minute.
Well,
That check last year, did we make that out to you?
Yeah.
Okay. I just was one to check because, Suzanne, okay. And then, in the next day or two, we'll get it written and call you, okay. I wrote a claim out saying I put your name on, I thought, I better check and make sure that's right.
Yeah, we went down to the
okay.
dollar store yesterday, because she ordered us a bunch of balls and
Uh-huh.
stuff. We could get a whole lot out of
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
She said she needed us to order them ahead of time.
Yeah, well.
Me and Richie went down and, because I want to buy local. But I think, I mean, it was so good last year.
Yeah.
I hope it's as good this year. I hope
Which-
it's a free seat
Which dollar store did you go to?
down there, it's a general dollar.
Okay.
Well,
Sometimes
probably
family, I was gonna say,
$20 too.
sometimes
Yeah.
they have some really, really nice stuff for kids.
That she,
Yeah.
down here, she's giving us, they have right now 25% off at $75. And on Black Friday, she's gonna have $10 coupons
Uh-huh.
off of $30.
Oh,
She's gonna
okay.
use that.
Oh, good.
But yeah, I will go Family
Yeah.
Dollar too.
Well, I just mean that I've been in
I
there,
like Family Dollar, I go.
I've been in there looking for stuff for my kids
I
and
bought
stuff.
clothes over there.
Yeah, I bought clothes for the kids, a lot of them. But, you know, I've looked at toys over there too and think, you
Yeah.
know, God, they have some really cute toys.
Yeah, that's what, like I said, I want to buy local.
Yeah,
Who had to leave?
I think Aaron. I think he had something with one of his kids. Some kind of meeting at school or something, I think.
Oh,
I might be
yeah,
wrong.
teachers.
I might be wrong, I don't know. I asked the mayor who had to leave and he kind of looked that way and Aaron was standing up and I thought, okay.
I wanted to tell Mario, well, it's not on the side of our house, and they're on the cedar house over there too.
What kind?
I don't know
Oh.
how they are, but the cedar house had them last year real bad.
Oh,
And now we've got them, but,
it's too cold for mayflies.
yeah, it's not a mayfly. These look like something like a,
They aren't stink bugs, are
well,
they?
that's what my brother said, but I don't think so,
Oh.
because if you smash them, you would smell.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Yeah, I don't think it's, but anyway, the cedar house had them worse than we got. But we got them all over
yeah.
our house. Something to Mario, he's gonna ride over by there tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm surprised, the older people probably can't see them because they're outside
Could be,
on their
yeah.
balconies, but it's on the outside of the alley side, so
Yeah.
they can't see them. Otherwise, I'm sure somebody would have heard about it. Because there, I mean, there are gobs of them. I mean, there was loads of them. in
Yeah.
bottles. Oh, well.
Can't imagine what it is, but you know, who knows?
Yeah, I've never, well, we seen them like this over to the senior house last year or the year before. But they're back. And I would think they'd be too cold, but when I came in from work tonight,
Yeah.
it was all over the house.
Well, see, it wasn't cold enough yet.
Yeah, they look like a lightning bug.
Oh, really? They're that little?
That's about
Well,
what they
oh,
look
okay.
like, is the lightning bug,
Oh,
but they
yeah.
got, they're red and black.
Oh, I don't do the bug thing.
I don't like.
I
the
don't
way-
care what they are, so, or
Yeah.
what any bug is.
Right.
I
don't
should
like
say
those.
that,
I
yeah.
don't like
So
those.
I don't,
care as long as they're outside.
Yeah.
I don't want them inside.
but you know, as far as knowing, oh, that color means it's this or that,
Yeah.
not me.
Yeah, but I bet that's what Aaron had, cry parents
I-
teachers conference. I know some of the people having them.
Yeah. Oh. Mm. Oh, he's still tight with them too. Uh-huh, yeah. We assume they have regular conversations. I mean, they can because, you know, it won't make any difference now, but, yeah. Wanting to know what's going on.
Oh, I'm sure that's.
Yeah.
All right, I guess I'll go see if anybody's in the restroom.
I've been debating that point. How's JR?
That's fine till I come here.
Yeah, I know.
Well, it might be midnight before we get this done.
Me too.
And nitpicking my life. When we starting again? About 7:30?
At 7:30, yeah.
Eat a drink, man, don't
Okay,
That too.
okay.
Wait, Jackie, come out.
No, I'm staying.
I've worked with the city off and on for 15 years, but primarily in this role.
Are you like an accountant?
Yeah, we're a CPA firm. I have, yeah. I just got back from vacation, so I don't have any of my
Oh.
stuff. I don't even have a business.
Well, you look very rested.
I know, yeah, very relaxed.
I've never met you before, but you
You got
seem
a lot
really
of North
relaxed.
Woods in me.
Yeah.
Do you have a,
I'll give you my card. Are you guys out of Cincinnati or
No, we're out of
Indianapolis? Or it's a state law that the budget has to be approved by November 1st, or you were saying something about
yeah.
budgeting to the state. I just wondered.
Yeah, in Indiana, the Department of Local Government Finance, it's a prescribed process.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So,
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with Indiana as I am Ohio.
yes.
What's your name?
My name's Dan.
Dan.
Last name's Heaven.
How do I spell that?
I spelled it D-A-N. H-E-D-E-N.
D-D-E-N?
Yes.
And your firm?
I'm law,
UM?
B-A-U-G-H.
Alrighty. Law, like associates or something like that?
Well, we're branded as on law, but the legal name is H.J. on Law and Associates.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
What's that? That's gonna be real quick. I don't even think we'll get you that. Actually, I did.
Yeah, that's the mayor. That's what you, okay. Uh-huh. I just wanted to make sure you got it at the right place.
What's that?
I said I wanted to make sure you got it at the right place.
I appreciate that. We just
Oh.
wanted to talk to him.
Okay.
He doesn't want to talk to us, so I understand, so. Yeah. All right. Well, have a good evening.
Okay, you too.
Do you guys think you will have the budget done by, I mean, you have to have it done by November 1?
Yeah,
So it'll be done.
I'm assuming, yes. The DLGF says it has to be.
Okay.
And then they give like my office, me and Tyler, like, what is it, 2 days to get it in the computer?
After adoption, you have 2 days to
Yeah.
submit it through
Oh,
what they
okay.
call gateway earlier.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all online, so the public can go
Oh, so the
online and
public
see
can
the
look at it.
budget.
So do you get in trouble or a fine or something if it's not done, or?
If it's not done, it reverts back to,
You go to last year's budget.
yeah,
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
it's kind of like how the federal government works, or even like a state government. They would-
Yes, yeah, I mean, it is how any state government would.
Yeah. Okay, alrighty.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
take care, be careful.
Thank you.
Wait,
You guys use that Walden one?
no. It's still,
I was just looking at it,
they still keep stuff in it, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know what, but
what it used to be for, like a,
this was a bank,
oh, was it?
yeah. And there was that vault, and they had one out in the lobby, and they tore it out.
Is that why the lobby kind of feels like the bank when you walk in?
No,
No,
not that I know of.
They have like teller, or like not teller booth.
Yeah, because they just, those were just like cubby hole offices out there, and then the vault was back in the one corner. How's Miss Erica?
Really?
Okay, well,
All of it. I don't know how Bill, and Aaron managed to keep their mouths shut.
I'm Kathy, and I don't have any.
And I don't feel like going out and running the gauntlet.
I was gonna say, there's a hot machine upstairs for 50 cents. I don't.
I'll drink water.
Okay.
Go home and hopefully go to sleep.
I was gonna bring a bottle of water with me, because I've had a real dry throat all day. And I don't have any next door, I have to get some.
You don't want one?
No,
I got some in my trunk.
no, I'm fine.
Are you sure?
Yes.
It's nice and cold.
Positive, but thank you.
Okay.
We can't say that too loud, somebody else will be wanting one.
I have enough, I'd share.
You what?
I said I have enough, I'd share.
That's okay. I'm good.
I gotta leave soon.
Some of those,
My son had
Yeah, some of
an
them-
academic team meet up at East Central.
some of the nicer ones like these.
Yeah.
My husband has our daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do.
Of course, he can't go on fire runs.
Take her.
Yeah, not yet.
I actually talked to him.
Give her a few years and she can become a cadet. but-
My brother, my mother was in my office the other day. He came in, he says, "Come on, Mom, we gotta go, hurry up." He said, the tone's dropped, I got a call. There was a wreck out at Cook Road and 1.
So it ended up working out, but,
And I'm like, I said, "Skip, she's in a walker. Give her a minute."
oh, yeah.
So he put her in the car, and I guess they raced out 50 and then out 1.
Yeah,
He finally took her to the firehouse where the guy was leaving with one of the trucks. And Skip was close enough, he said, "Put my gear in the truck, I'll be right there, I'll go with you." So my mom went in the firehouse and sat in there till they were done. I said, "Okay."
well, I didn't understand. Is this-
I figured she'd have a major heart attack just riding with him,
Let's just keep it in the family.
but she didn't, so that's good.
That is good.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and that's what I was gonna say, like, I'll take it.
Well,
I'll take it all.
I still am
because
ticked off
I got a
because
Walmart,
I
you know,
missed
roll on the old
the
stuff.
shot of them carrying the old guy out at the fire in Aurora in
Okay,
September.
yeah.
Because I should have jumped on a fire truck. Instead, I was in my personal car.
Oh, okay, I see.
I told my dad I can drive up.
Had to obey traffic laws.
Pick it up.
Next time.
You should have
I'm
jumped on the
jumping.
truck,
Move it,
yeah.
and he's up
If somebody says, what are you doing, say, never mind. Pretend I'm
Okay,
not
my
here.
husband's on Aurora, so, you know.
You know, it's pretend I'm not here.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. Oh, well, I think I am going to the little girl's room now.
Hey, while we're here, is there any way I can get a copy of the whole budget thing?
No, I keep it in the office.
Do we have, is there an extra one?
I don't know. Let's finish your call. Wait till let me come back and I'll ask her. It was somebody.
I'm at Lawrenceburg right now, Councilman. We're in a recess, but, no, you're fine, we're in a recess, but I gotta go. Okay. No, but you can let her out. Okay, bye. See where Jackie went?
Do you have any chance have any more copies of the book?
Do you have any more copies of the book?
Erica asked if she could get one.
Yeah, sure.
Then you'll have to go through.
Do you have any
and-
more bottles of water?
I don't know unless there's.
I have some in my trunk. if
In your
you-
trunk?
Water,
That's
yeah. It's
And
cold.
it's cold.
Fine. You want water? Eric will get you water.
I say like.
Actually, is there a water fountain?
Yeah, there's one in back here.
This can go with all of the others I have for you.
I'll get you one. Will you go get him a bottle of water? Please. He said he really doesn't want to make you.
Sheriff Bill.
He said,
Really?
It's insane and held his tongue.
You know what? That's all I can do.
How he managed, I
Yeah.
have no clue.
I'll tell you.
Well, he is a dad.
I'm not sure of how much that has to do with it, but maybe.
You learn patience. I haven't learned much patience. That
I never had any.
So stuffy. I know, where's the thermostat? Right there it is. Let's take a pull of it.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
You have to be so hot.
You know how to override that or whatever, JR?
Mario did one day.
Yeah, well, Mario's,
He's gotta come back in. Yeah, it's stuffy in here now. Usually it's freezing cold.
Yeah, that's why I'm much better, because usually it is freezing cold. Now it's like, well, I'll go ahead and leave it on, because I know as soon as they get the message, it'll be cold.
I'm sure. $7.22. Mario will have to fix it.
Yeah, they really have that supper set. Just have the mode, you can just hit it. That's what I'm saying.
I class things that certain people wanted. I used to be able to do it, but I don't know, then they put the override in. Did you get it? Okay.
All right. As long as that's not the heat.
Now, Donna, it's gonna get cold in here.
We don't know it's broke now. Mine's on.
I think we should all pool our money and order pizza or something.
That's where my husband and daughter are at a pizza party.
Oh, are they?
Ask them if they want to
Yeah, ask
share.
them if they want to sneak some out. Oh.
I hope my son, he has an academic meetup at East Central, and I hope he remembers to text me.
They never do when you want them to.
No.
Oh, but Mom, I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and doesn't have his phone on, and I tried it the other day. I was running behind, because of course they have meets and practices on Mondays and Wednesdays. The worst possible days for me because of deadlines. I was running late. He's like, "Where are you?" If you had your phone on,
you would know this.
You would know I was running late and going to be leaving.
Right.
There's water over there.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Dan.
Find some money?
Couldn't believe what I found today.
Oh, boy.
Fed up, I'm gonna retire.
What's that?
I keep finding stuff like that, I'm gonna retire. Found me a 1921 quarter.
Oh.
Got the pants, way it is. Found $70.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey,
Yeah.
that's pretty cool. Where'd you find that at?
Can't tell you.
Oh, well, I don't have a metal detector.
Homestead school out there.
Oh, really?
Got it. Worth that much.
Oh, no.
All right.
Thank you, Bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Try to use it as carefully as we can.
Dude,
You guys are welcome to come anytime. Look at our books, you know, and our printouts and everything. Yeah, we'll show you all the checks. Anytime, guys. Thank you very much.
Right.
Are you leaving, Pat?
Well, I was going to.
Oh, no, just messing with you. Just making you feel guilty.
Please.
Just staying for the whole show?
Yeah, go whip us up some food,
If I
Pat.
didn't laugh, probably. Have a nice evening, guys.
Bye.
Take care.
Thinking nothing better to do.
Hey, Bilbo, to just pick up on our conversation, everything we've done, $6,000 decrease.
Quick at it. All that? I would ask a question, but.
You don't want to know the answer?
Yeah, I know, absolutely.
Be careful what you ask.
Absolutely.
I will tell you this, it's not that much.
Well, it's still early.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't driven home yet.
So what page are we on anyway?
Page 16 in the middle, but it's in there. It's page 4 on the right-hand side of the line items.
Oh, we got 30 pages?
No, we've been through most of it. We got to finish 16, 17, and a few lines on 18, and then we skip all the way to the end.
Yeah.
Oh,
Did you find it, Erica?
Yeah, because your last meeting went through the bulk of it. So.
Yeah, look on the bottom right-hand side, you want page 4.
All right, yeah.
That's where we are.
Went through this, we went through the riverboat and all that last time.
No, we didn't go through Riverboat last time.
Did we?
Hey, I think I'm gonna do,
You went through a couple lines in the Riverboat, particularly the
an
attorney
honorary
fees.
head shaving again this summer.
Okay, just
I know
felt
you
like
talked
we-
about doing a little article or
Look
something.
on the bright
You guys
side.
talked about council donations
Uh,
and the CASA.
I think JR would,
What's that?
but,
Well, he doesn't have much to go.
Shave your head.
he was like, what? But anyway, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna do it this year, because my wife, I couldn't do it this year, because my wife said I couldn't, because we were going on vacation to get pictures.
Jimmy John.
Well, if you do, for me, so I can powder you down, I can take pictures.
I'll have a nice tan, don't worry about it.
Well, that's, although, okay, I have to tell a funny story. Several years ago, Hogan Township got a new fire truck. Bob Bischoff was there, and it was really windy. Yeah! It was.
He had it
I
up.
love Bob, but, yeah, it's like, are you trying to do a Steve Shabbat there? Because he's another one that,
Yeah.
That thing's always going crazy. It's always dancing up.
yeah, this is, yeah.
How you doing there, Michelle? Good, how are you, JR? All right.
Are you 40 yet, Bill?
No, ma'am.
I didn't think you were.
I'm still a young feller.
Yeah.
In my 30s.
Oh,
You've only
To be in
got,
my
what,
30s
a year and a half, 2,
Less than a year.
less than a year?
He's pushing it.
Next April. That's also one
Well,
of the
hey,
things
I
I
was
don't.
putting you younger. I was putting you at like
Isn't that
17.
the strip motor barrel?
Well, I was 29, I think, when I came in here. 28 or 29, something like that. When I came into this place.
It grays you fast.
Will make you old.
Well, that's one of the reasons I also don't mind shaving my head. I get rid of all the gray.
Shave the head, shave the, well,
Yeah,
that's.
but I like the gray.
He looks distinguished.
My wife calls me the silver fox.
Oh, does she? Now, my question is, can you sing? Well, I know you can
helps.
sing, yeah.
Well, my husband keeps his so short,
Well, over.
so that you can't see it.
Does, Donna, does Mario need to check the third? No, I feel clear now.
I do too.
Okay.
Too hot?
It was 80.
Like 10 degrees, 10 to 15 degrees hotter in here.
freezing.
It was freezing last year.
Okay.
January 1st, let's talk.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they found
Tyler
out.
overrode
It's a
it.
secret.
Tyler fixed it. Oh.
Hey, you wanna talk to her?
No, she left that for you, honey.
What do you say, you're Tony's brother?
She said, I'd like to talk to the mayor. I just, as I watched her lay down, I said, is that for the mayor? She said, yeah. I said, okay, right chair.
Sir.
I'm like, is this mine or yours?
All right, you're the main man,
Okay.
so hey, we're waiting on you.
Don't forget, we gotta talk about the chamber, and I got 2
I'm just.
donations. I got an email from
you
this
say
girl at
that.
UCB today.
All right.
It said,
you
I
wait
am
back in.
patiently waiting to see if we got the donation. I thought,
Karen is getting great.
This job will do it too.
to help with Tour for the Cure. Last year we gave them
All right, so we did the
$500.
first reading on this.
I have to get pictures this year, but next year,
I looked at that line this year.
I like it.
I do too. That feeling?
No, I take her down.
I was gonna bring it tonight.
You can throw them straight projects.
Except when he has to put sunscreen on his head.
She wouldn't, yeah, John's gonna, that's gonna go to her tomorrow.
Chemistry wise, yeah.
We can do an additional.
Well, John's been.
You want to do it?
I won't leave it then, but
You'll be here by the end of next year. Or by sometime during next year.
Dina has it, I think.
I can't make it, I promise.
Or come in, if you want to come in the morning, John said he was gonna try to do it in the morning.
Take him with you. Would you handle it? In case-
That makes me happy.
of what?
So we got a copy of this last night, I know what it is, but we put personal confidential in there because we didn't want anybody else looking at it.
My wife kind of she called me, so she did call my bluff. I said, I'll let you just shake my head.
Lord.
It was like 2 seconds later, she's in the bathroom with clippers and said, come on.
Sit down.
Yeah. And that's how it happened.
My son right now has long hair. And my daughter's calls it, you're nothing, girl.
Well, JR, he keeps his pretty tight.
And my husband, she's like, well, I have long hair. I said, no, you have long hair. There's a difference.
Carl, I should grab another one.
Did,
Is there, where can I?
I think they had to come.
Got another one?
Hold on. Back this summer, they're talking
let me
about
look.
trying to
I forgot.
correct.
What was we on?
Hey,
Demolition.
that's the best one. It's got more ink.
With the wire. The wire cutter.
Oh, yeah.
Every one of our reports, they were gonna go through every one of the reports.
Yeah.
And never get back with it.
Really? So I guess maybe it can't be fixed.
Right,
Yeah.
We'll get your food later.
Okay, they've been here for this is their third meeting.
From the
I bet they're
trees?
loving it.
Just like the senior citizen house.
Where? Oh, they're in the other one.
There's all the Beatles. Remember those bugs that was there 20 years ago?
Couple years
Back
ago.
again. And now they're on our house.
Well, I just had it, well, they probably been there yet to spray.
I don't know, but they was quality like that at the senior house.
Let me call Orchid. Let me call Orchid.
Straight east.
Remember I brought up the council meeting?
Just right by there.
On your side?
Call meeting on recess. We're on what, demolition costs?
We're on page 14.
Yes.
16.
16?
I thought we was just moving on to 17.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry. We're
So we
16.
won't need any money in demolition cost. We're down to 0. I thought we were gonna demo 2 houses over on Short. Will that come out out of redevelopment?
Redevelopment so far is all the land act and demo costs. And abatement cost comes out of redevelopment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, 117.
And I think Carl has unsaved budget for his demo.
Yeah, that's down further, right? Yeah, okay.
Anything on 17?
I have a question on 1462 and 1464. It looks like that was one line item this year.
Landscape maintenance and weed feed.
Yeah, it was one line item for 95,000.
Right. Which at the end of August shows there was still 58, 710, 69 left.
Last year was 95.
You have end of September?
I got the end of September. Okay, let's
What do we
see.
got at the end of September, Jackie or Tyler?
Wait a minute, I gotta find the numbers.
There's one line I'm like.
It's, 1560.
Oh, 1560. No, that's not what I've got here. Here's 15.
You got $58,710 left.
Oh,
58,710?
So
yeah,
it's the same at the end of September as
Yeah.
it was in
yeah,
August?
right. Okay, I see where you are now.
Mike Morrow, do we expect any more to come out of that?
I'm saying at the end of August.
It's the same in September.
Looking at August for
So he's got
Okay, I've got
September.
the unreconciled one, but yeah.
I got a September one, Tyler, if you want to look at a September one.
How'd you get
It's the same
September?
number at the end of September.
She was in today.
I think the meeting fee they just did, didn't they?
Well, the week we're doing in-house paying for materials.
We got one. We
We have one.
And the landscape maintenance, that was per contract by bidding it out. And that I don't have the final bill on
You don't know whether it'd be more than 58,000?
that. So that line, that whole thing was kind of screwed up. It was 2 under 1 and it was like, was it 560?
I think it was.
95,000, that's what we started with.
But
Are
it
you talking
started
about-
out, it started out 2 lines and went to 1, but then it started going. I was confused on the appropriation report on that. But there was, I'm going by memory, something like, they figured 20 plus or minus for the weed and feed and 75 roughly for the contracted amount.
And we got 78 as adopted
And
for the landscape maintenance.
And
And
what
we
I
did-
did, I can't tell you, I figured about a 3% increase from this year to next year.
But there's, over $58,000 left.
There's one project we didn't get pulled this year, get a chance to do, and that's US 50 at the flyover bridge, that corridor through there.
It's gonna put some.
I need to check those numbers too,
We need more
because I'm almost
and bushes.
questioning those. I don't believe that number's correct,
That we have left or that you owe?
that we have left.
You don't think we have 58,000 left?
Tyler says we do.
That's all, we do on what we've paid, Mike.
Well, unless something got miscoded on the vendors.
Wonder how that happened.
I'll take the blame, but I'm not saying that's what happened, but it's possible.
Because by going by that figure, if you left weed and feed at 20 and reduced landscape maintenance to 40, they'd still be
Okay,
Plenty.
Mike, but the contract amount was $70-some thousand. It's not gonna go down to $40,000.
So you're telling me I don't even have good information to look at, I'm wasting my time.
Well, I can't say that, but I just know that for those 2 lines, that's a pretty good number right there.
The disparity should something's,
And there again, if something got miscoded, paid out of something else, I'm not sure on that.
but the contracts alone would serve to say that there's something wrong with that total.
Something's not jiving there, because like I said, we had 70-some in contracts, and I know there was at least $20,000 in materials spent for weed and feed.
I got a question. You know, as I go through claims and invoices before every meeting, why do we pay or reimburse Hollywood for their landscaping cost? Why is the city of Lawrenceburg paying for Hollywood's landscaping?
And I'm gonna go by memory, Jane, I can't put my hands on the document, but back when it was first done, we didn't have the manpower to take care of all the landscaping and everything that they were gonna do. They didn't wanna trust that because that was their show front. And anyone.
That's their property, though. They should pay for their land.
No, it's not their property. Not the green strip that goes from 50 back to the parking garage, both sides of the road there, the
Center Park.
Brown part.
at Center Street, and it was done originally under the development agreement that they would maintain it, that way they would be able to guarantee how nice it would be kept, and that the city would reimburse them for that.
So is that amount coming out of the landscape maintenance? What line item is that coming out of?
That I can't answer.
And that's what the mowing bill was from, is that
I think
correct?
it's $800.
Right, which I requested a copy of that agreement.
That was what it was, Mike, I didn't see the bill, but I'm assuming.
Yeah, because I requested a copy of the agreement, but I haven't got it.
I think Connie was trying to track that down. So I think he asked for it the last or 2 council meetings ago.
Yeah.
Jackie, or do we know where,
That's one of those, I think the
Hollywood
money
land.
comes in, the boat money comes in, and that's one of the first things that goes out. It's like an in and out. There's no specific line item. It's not budgeted.
I don't think
It just
it's not a council.
comes out, yeah, of the money before it's given to anybody else.
We've kind of played hot potato with that invoice for the last couple of months, I guess. So I don't know who signs off on it.
Okay, any more?
how are we gonna handle landscape maintenance, weed and feed?
Do you think it all out? I mean,
The only thing I can tell you is, that is one line, we need the amount that's in there.
you already filled up.
Leave it as is.
Mike?
Well, this year, let's leave it and see, and hopefully it'll be taken out of the correct line items if this is the case.
And it, just kind of a warning, it may need an appropriation after we justify, or I should say, reconcile the numbers back to it if we've miscoded.
Bill?
Fine.
Aaron?
Yes.
Jane?
I'm good with it.
Okay. Any more on 17?
Question on Walnut Street, the clock tower, 55,000. I know the end of June, there was 0 spent.
We've held off on that. Conservancy is actually working, doing a gate project up there, Mike. Pretty much taking that whole area with dust and dirt, so we haven't pulled any new wire, we haven't painted or anything like that, waiting for their project. So we want to carry it over for next year's.
It needs painting pretty bad, too.
Yes, it does, because it did a year and a half ago, actually.
Yeah.
So we actually spent 0, so it's just gonna be, it's
Just put it
back.
again.
Yeah. Any more on 17?
I got a question about the Hollywood Gate and then East High and William Street. What is that purpose?
There was an agreement between CSX and Hollywood, and the city ordered a grant to put the grade crossing on the east side of the levee. They've got the crossing in. In that agreement, we had to lose one crossing in town. The one that goes through the gate to the chicken shack, right on the back side of the hotel, that crossing the railroad is gonna take out. And to try to figure out to get the design and permitting started on that.
Why is that our responsibility though?
Well, I'm glad, I want to talk about that. Because I've talked to a couple people from the Conservancy. They said they've met with the casino about the parking area, which is for the railroad crossing. And the casino says with the business going down, cutting employees and stuff, that they don't need that parking lot.
This has nothing, Mike, we're not talking about the parking lot,
I'm talking about the railroad crossing.
Right,
My
we're
point
talking about
is,
the crossings. The railroad CSX, that one's in, this other one is coming out.
so that one's already in. The new one's in. Because my point was,
But the arm, the lights, the signaling, they're gonna steal that from the one that goes back to the chicken shack, move the electronics down there. That crossing, CSX is taking out sometime late spring.
and where's that one at? That they're taking out?
Right behind the hotel.
right there on East William. That crossing is coming out, and to be able to access that gate,
Well, I didn't know that was done. My point was, if they don't need it, why did we spend $425,000 and not just leave the one that's there?
well, that part I can't answer. I just know dealing with CSX, that crossing is coming out, and to be able to access it, we're gonna end up needing to extend East William on the south side, and then in hopes then the Conservancy will modify their gate, cut out a section on the dry side and put a 45-degree angle wind wall in so vehicles can make that turn to access that area.
That was not gonna be just for employees, wasn't that so that if we have any kind of development on the river,
That would
to
be
be
the
parking,
main,
public,
the main access if there's a riverfront park development. But I know, the city's discussed, the Conservancy has it on their to-do list.
It was actually the walking path, the riverfront park, the amphitheater. It's like 3 key components, and this is the first to access.
And they're getting this dollar amount, I'll be honest with you, once it gets rolling, even to get through all permitting, probably won't be enough, but we wanted to have something in there that we could get the ball rolling.
Okay, any more on 17?
Parks Maintenance Fund. I know at the end of August, there was only $115,000 spent out of it.
What is it at the
It's-
end of September?
Wait a minute, let me find it.
for EPA.
Okay. So, make sure I got the right line here.
That one is gonna put a non-reverting fund.
That is a non-reverting fund that the money this year is gonna be shifted over, and
800
you can correct me if I'm wrong, after January, this dollar amount will automatically be put into that non-reverting fund. This will be zeroed out.
They don't get voted on or anything?
Gets voted on in the budget.
But to go to a non-reverting?
It's already non-reverting.
You already have a non-reverting fund established. And it was established, the intent when it was established was that you would fund it with riverboat money each year, and that those dollars would be there available specifically for those purposes when it became necessary to make repairs or whatever.
But if it's in this line item, it can automatically just be put in the non-reverting? The council doesn't vote on it?
You're voting, once you vote on and put it in the budget, that creates the authority to spend. So at that point, you have the authority to spend up to that amount for that purpose. If you need to change that, then you need to discuss it again.
Because my recommendation would be to cut it to $500,000.
Well, remember, that's not only for operations, but that's also the Parks and Recreation Rainy Day Fund. When we originally created that, we were in hopes that we could eventually get it funded up to a high enough dollar amount that we could try to get our park system self-sufficient, where it would fund itself.
How much do we have in parks non-reverting right now?
I think two something maybe.
It was for something, and we cut it, was it last year?
Yeah, and we thought all that was supposed to go in, but I guess it just floated into the bank.
It never got put back.
Why didn't it get put back? That's what we agreed upon. 4 million for parks and maintenance and 4 million for building and monuments.
498 and 488.
It's because the budget was vetoed, so it went back to the previous budget, in which it wasn't in there.
Oh, okay.
The balance for that fund is in the fund report that you have in your packet. It's Fund 279.
What's the balance?
$2,019,090.29.
Parks non-reverting?
Non-reverting parks maintenance.
Okay.
Is that the correct fund?
Yes.
Correct. And Mike, I think the other non-reverting was at 498, the building and monument maintenance.
Yeah, building and monument.
And how much is in that non-reverting?
I think it's about the same.
And, well, I'll let you figure that one out, but then I want to ask why that 4 million that we agreed upon didn't get put in those two non-reverting funds.
Because.
He said because of.
The mayor. Oh, it got, okay.
He said.
Getting tired.
But it needs to go back in there.
And Mario, can we get George Street fixed? Mr. Sykes left.
We were just waiting on direction.
They still haven't, which actually I talked to them today, said they're getting closer to getting enough information to try to make a decision, to go this way, this way, this way. They're just not quite there yet. So-
Mike, I think Mike attends a meeting. Do you know where they're at with the pump analysis and the water analysis?
I haven't been to, I think, the past two, so I don't know.
He said they're getting closer on being able to choose a direction, so we're still kind of at their mercy.
Well, every time I go to one, it sounds like they're getting close, and the next one, they
Yeah.
get,
That's what he said.
goes in a
today.
different direction, so I don't know.
So if they get the pumping, can we get the full court basketball court? Hopefully it
I can't answer that until they get their.
well, I'm saying, if they do it,
Yeah.
can we get our full court basketball court at George Street Park?
If they sign off on it, they'll have to actually sign off on it.
Okay, but it's possible. But we won't know, how much longer do you think we're gonna be waiting on LCD?
They're at the mercy of their consultants right now. Wouldn't you say, Mike? I mean,
It's been going on a long time. I mean, a long time.
it's
So-
not LCD as much as their consultants right now.
It seems like it's been like 3 years probably this has been
Dealing with
going
a
on.
lot of entities, it's not just their consultants, they're also dealing with the Corps on this side and dealing with FEMA on this side, and it just complicates all matters.
But if everything takes action, we can do that,
It's
if they
possible.
sign off.
It depends on what direction they have to go, but it's possible, yes.
Okay.
All right.
Down to homeowner repair program. I've got,
Nobody's interested in the 500,000 versus a million.
I'll say if anything, we beef it up.
is it gonna go into a non-reverting fund?
Yeah.
The parks maintenance is what we're talking about?
No homeowner repair fund.
No, we're back up to parks. You're saying what's not spent's gonna go in a non-reverting fund, right? Are we gonna redo the football field this year?
Next Monday, we're gonna open bids, or
So the-
the works will open bids and awarded, so possibly get started immediately, possibly next spring.
Will come out of this budget then?
If we engage the contractor, yes.
And when we rebuild our football field, will it be where the water will run off of it? Or will it still be level?
No, it never was level, Jimmy.
I think she's asking if it'd have a crown.
No, it will not have a crown because that would be a major expense to try to retrofit that way. What it's gonna be, they're going to skin off and basically redo it. It's got a 1.5%. That means every 100 feet, there is 1 foot 6 inches of fall. There is a lot of fall on the field. You don't see it necessarily, but that'll be done, and also an irrigation system will be installed. That's why we can look at doing spring construction if necessary due to the weather. We feel that with the irrigation system, then hopefully we can start level come
But you think the crown would make it too expensive?
Oh, yeah. Just because of the quantity of dirt that would have to be in.
Well, just a little bit we did at the Little League field. It was $200,000 crowning that field.
That's not a drop in the bucket to change a field to this. I mean, it's,
And they only play 4 games a year up there, right?
they'll play 4 to 6, probably.
Well, Bill will help us out. I think they've used it more this year than any other year in the past. I know.
Right, I mean,
And they had a couple night games.
yeah, I know that with the lights and then, now they can have games later, they can have playoffs now, but I don't know how many games they played this year, to be honest. My boys didn't play.
The biggest problem right now is just because of the year since it was constructed. There's some highs and lows. It holds water in some places during the wet season, drains the grass and tries to kill it. During the dry season, all the higher spots of the homes, any water that does hit runs off, so that burns up. Just re-sculpting, there will have to be some input or project.
So is it that you guys want to make the Parks Maintenance Fund more?
I would say, yeah. I mean, if the money hasn't been replenished.
What do you wanna move it up to?
Plus 4.
Well, that's 5. We think, Mike?
I'm gonna be no.
I got a question for Mr. Gailey. I was told that the Pee Wee playoffs are gonna be at the high school this year.
Next year, you mean?
Pee Wee playoffs.
Next
Playoffs
year.
have already started, I believe.
They're
Yeah,
done.
this
We're done.
coming weekend.
Lawrenceburg lost.
Oh, okay.
This coming weekend, though, we're hosting playoffs at our field.
Yeah, you are.
Second round.
That's right.
Okay, let's get back to
Vice
parks
versa.
maintenance.
So,
What do you wanna add
what do
to
you
it?
suggest?
Well, talking about the future.
The whole
Every year we don't put something in it is a year lost, so 2 or 3.
The whole idea was to get this funded up, to take it off the tax base. And let it work on it. That's the whole idea of the thing.
Yes.
Wasn't there a motion to put X amount in there, though?
No.
Tonight?
No, there was a motion back at council, one of the council meetings, I thought.
Last year budget. I don't remember anything.
Well, I think it was this.
The 4 million? Yeah, put the 4 million.
Put the 4 million back.
That was this year's.
Why wasn't it done?
Because the budget was vetoed.
Oh, okay. There we go again. All right.
Before, 4 million
Because
will put us above the advertised amount, then, won't it?
So with that,
No, we
would
got
that take the
10
motion
million
off
to work
then?
with on the
Because
MDF.
Okay.
The published amount was 32, almost 33 million, so we're still way under. We're, without the
before?
changes we made today,
Good before.
The published amount was like 62 mil, wasn't it?
the Casino Riverboat was 32.9, right?
Yeah, there's, based on what the change, I mean, you could increase it about $10 million.
I'm gonna go back up to 5, what you said was 5?
I don't think we're gonna go up that high, do we?
Good it was, wasn't it?
Let me see if I'm understanding what I'm hearing. If it's not used, it'll go in the non-reverting fund, or will it automatically go in the non-reverting fund?
Reverting,
Soon as
and
you-
we will operate out of that non-reverting.
What you're doing is just kind of like a CD, you just keep adding to it.
We didn't add the 4 million to it. Or should we?
I'm good before.
JR? Mike?
No.
Bill Bell?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Put it to it.
Make it 4 instead of 1.
4 instead of 1.
Okay.
Okay, the homeowner repair program.
Excuse me. How about 498 building monuments? We're gonna-
Where's it at? Is it on this page?
Page.
No, we're not on that page yet.
We're not there yet.
Not there yet? Okay. We have a different page.
Home repair program? you said?
I've had a lot of people come to me and they say they can't apply through Connie because the money's not there. What happened to our grant home improvement program?
It ran out.
ARA.
It ran out with ARA.
What did we start?
We're trying to get one started, grant program, or the loan program, and going, falling like that.
I think it should stay under ARA. They were managing it well. What did we start out with?
We're paying them a lot of money to manage that thing. Why can't you manage it in-house?
And then I heard
Because
that
we're not gonna manage it in-house. You're gonna appoint people to a committee, to manage the money and take that away from us.
well, I was told by a resident that they was bringing contractors from Columbus doing the work.
They were.
I don't think that's right.
I don't think it was either. It's pretty costly to go through them.
Anyway, at least.
We're not trying to take anything, you're gonna have 2 people on the board, Jane. The program should be in-house. Cut that cost.
I've had a couple local contractors call me and ask me, what was going on with it, because they've had several people ask them about it too, so.
I think it's a great program.
Local contractor too.
Yeah, and local contractors were getting the work. So why can't we continue with something that works?
Go ahead, Carl.
She brought one from Columbus. They have different, that same program in Columbus.
And you seen how it helped.
No, but he came down here with her because he knew the system. I don't believe that the gentleman got a job through this. I could be wrong, he may have got one, but I don't believe he got, and if he did get a bid, he passed it on because he only got one and it wasn't worth coming after one. I believe that's the way it happened. But he didn't come because of me and Grant were in every meeting.
Well, can we
Thought
continue?
was if we handled it locally, we could help ensure that local participation occurs.
Cut costs.
And we could make that with them. Yeah.
It's costing the business. That's what the whole idea was, to start the loan program and go through there. I think it should be done in-house.
Why don't we try it in-house? See how it works. I mean, if it.
Something that we can't handle.
So you want to keep it at 70 or?
Right.
Jane?
Yeah, 70's fine. I don't know. I think if we're gonna have a loan committee, the loan committee should be us. And a bank.
It's gonna be a bank, and the mayor appoints positions, Grant, or not.
I know, and you're gonna have the board stacked, 3 to 2.
Put it in stacked. I put responsible people on it. Council can have 2 people on it.
I still say council's elected to make money decisions for the citizens.
They're appropriating the money.
I know, I've talked to people from the audience that think that the legislative body, which is council, should oversee the grants and the loans.
They come back to you, don't they? The grants do.
You're not gonna let it come back to us from the loan committee.
I didn't say we did.
Well, it's not in there.
So you want to micromanage every board, what you want to do?
No.
What you do?
No,
Need to
I
think
don't.
about who's micromanaging.
As a group, we should. I'm good with leaving it 70, and we'll fight the loan committee another day.
Bill, Aaron?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Mike?
Sure.
JR?
I'm good with it.
So I got a question before we move on. So is this gonna go through the loan program or not? I guess that's a question.
That'd be determined by council and the loan committee.
Okay.
And we as council can, have this go before us instead of the loan committee? That's just what I've been asking.
The mayor to discuss.
Council cannot give loans.
I want documentation of that.
Look it up.
Also, legal counsel can't get that.
Oh,
for
you
us.
can.
Yeah.
I just took that as we was just refused legal advice.
Redevelopment's your vehicle or any committee.
You just said look it
Yeah,
up.
she can look it up too.
Redevelopment,
I'm
would be the
working
one
hard.
that gives, you know what I mean? They're the ones that can, but, as far as setting up committees I think that's the proper way to do it, is to set up a committee. As far as the grant program, I know the grant program, we had researched, and that was what was recommended.
One, doesn't it have to be researched that it's legal to do, period? If there's a certain way or a certain board it needs to go through to be legal. is this a loan program? Is this a grant program? I haven't seen no ordinance on it. Is there an ordinance that I'm unaware of?
No, I don't know about the homeowner repair program. I know always, ARA did them before, but I don't know. If they do it for us, that's different, you know what I mean? Whether or not it comes in-house, we'd have to check.
So ARA can do it for us without an ordinance?
Without an ordinance? I don't know
to have a-
how it was set up. I know it was set up probably, I think, under, I don't know how long it's
I
been,
don't know.
Jackie. Well, I know
It's been there a long time.
It's been there through, it was definitely all the way through Cunningham's.
But before even talking about what board it goes to, need to find out that it can be done, how it needs to be done.
Correct.
I think Mr. Todd over here is saying it was a year-to-year contract.
I don't know if it's year to year, but I think it was a
It is
contract
year
back
to
some
year,
time
I think.
ago.
It was, I know, as long as I've been here,
It's
it's
been presented,
ARA.
I know it was presented to council a couple times for their approval.
We'll look into it. Anything else in 17?
And our unsafe housing trash.
Non-reverting fund for unsafe housing.
Quadruple it.
So we can go in and demo them.
492.
It's more than just that.
What is it, Mr. Fryman?
Trash removal.
Anything he has to do with that they won't do, any,
Now, then,
Someone-
if that happens, does that get billed back to the property owner? And then, now if they don't pay it, does that wind up going on a tax bill or?
Lien.
it could go as a lien against the property.
Are the folk,
And eventually, this fund should self-support itself, eventually.
have the homes that's got foreclosures on them, have their banks been paying for the mowing and?
Yes, they get really upset when I mow it, because they want to use their own crew, so they'll pay it the first time and then catch up. The foreclosed properties hardly ever mow more than once.
That's what I've been noticing. Some of the houses I called you, that you mow it, well, you have somebody mow it the first time, and after that, it stays maintained.
We've got probably 60% payback so far.
And does that get deposited back into the general, Jackie, or back into this line item?
It can only go into the fund. It cannot go into the line item per the State Board of Accounts. We used to be able to put them into the line item to keep that running, but we can't anymore.
This just goes into a
It
non-reverting fund?
well, it goes into whatever fund the money was budgeted out of, yes. In this case, it would,
Goes to non-reverting?
yeah.
In this case, it would go back into the non-reverting then?
Yes.
I'm good with the 25,000.
Aaron?
Good.
Bill? Good. Mike?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Turning the page.
Off-road concrete program, 0. I requested, I believe I requested, I may not have, but I need all concrete, contracts for 2013.
Dina probably has those.
I mentioned it at a meeting, I don't know if it got taken seriously or not, but I need, concrete.
There was a public records request done by Mr. Butler that was just finished and turned over to the clerk's office today. I didn't realize you did. It's about, what was it, 245? I don't even know, 2,445.
It's just contracts, that's not very much.
Oh, the contract part.
Jane, if you stop in, I can get you
All
that.
right,
What's over there that was requested?
Everything on the
from 2013.
right-of-way concrete, off
I mean-
right-of-way concrete.
Bills from contractors or bills to the
There's like
homeowners? or-
2,440 pages, 45 pages.
Yeah,
So it's like everything, I
it's
guess.
a box full.
All right.
And you can surmise that for me, Mr. Clark?
Well, if you just want the contracts, yeah, it depends on what you want, Jane.
The homeowner contracts? Is that what,
I don't have those.
you're talking about just for the contractor?
Yeah, for the contracts, I have.
Dina would be the one you need to talk to.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't have them either.
She's the one that takes care of all the homeowner contracts.
Is there any contracted in 2013?
I don't know.
She may not
Whatever
be
you
up to
want us
date
to
with
ask for one,
whole
but never
13.
ask for all of them.
I think she did. I mean, that was part of Butler's request.
we made a motion that no contracts be signed in 213.
No, I mean, as far as actually have them in-house.
Okay, I'm asking you, that no contracts for private homeowners were signed in 213. They were all signed in 212.
They may have been signed up by the end of 12 and finalized in 13.
Right, but no new ones were signed in 213.
I know, since we're on this subject, which I called Mike one time, and I know in a meeting a couple years ago, said no businesses was eligible for the off-right-of-way concrete. I know on Dowdy Road, done several of them. Matter of fact, one of them, the apartments, I think, was well over $100,000.
And the mic on that was in a business district, just like Walnut Street. You know, when these businesses were off, that's what district it was in. Up in our residential districts, we didn't offer it to a couple of businesses up there.
Well, which I'm gonna put this out, which I voted no against it because I don't think it could have been done regardless, but I think you're saying business districts, those was up in residential. Well, obviously it's zoned for them to be there, they wouldn't be there. And then you got Industrial Drive, which my facility's at the end, but all those businesses, they was never offered concrete. So do you think that maybe you guys have opened the city to lawsuits by property owners? Because you didn't treat all citizens and property owners.
I don't know who you're referring to.
Well, when I talked to you, you said that you,
I was following the leads that, it still goes back to, we got into something that we were advised by legal counsel years ago, the guys can't get out of, better go ahead and complete it. And that's all we've been trying to do.
because I have to,
If we happen to miss something or somebody, you know, then it needs to be brought up to you guys and say, hey, you missed these guys, either try to do it or don't do it.
well, because when I pointed out on the phone to you and I asked you, something you said to me really bothered me, and I'm gonna tell. Right, wrong, or indiffer, that's what we're doing.
Because Tremaine,
Right, wrong, or indiffer, that's not a good answer.
Yeah, Mike, and what's wrong with that? We've got something, we've got an issue, and we're actually not trying to point fingers and find fault. We're trying to get through it and get resolved one way or another. So
Okay, if that's the case,
If we shouldn't have started it, and I say we, that's the city, all of us, maybe we shouldn't have, but we did. And I've been instructed ever since, let's get through this, let's knock it out. Hey, this is the greatest thing since white toast. Look what the people of Lawrenceburg have gotten for it, okay? Instead of getting a class action suit filed against us, we're gonna go ahead and finish this program that was started years ago.
I'm glad you said that
And
too.
And the people are the ones that are gonna benefit from it.
Because on the news, I seen that a threat of class action lawsuit. I'd like to get record of that threat of a class action lawsuit. Because I'm glad you said that. I forgot about
I don't
that.
have those records, Mike.
Well, I mean, the city attorney on TV, she said that. So I'd like to see who threatened about the class action lawsuit, when that was.
that was our legal advice. That if we didn't offer to all the residents of the city of Lawrenceburg, that would be treating people differently.
I've asked about businesses, because, I mean, I don't know for sure how many businesses are here, but I'm gonna say it was probably offered to a handful of businesses out of a whole bunch of businesses. I think that's a fair statement.
I'm not.
So, that's my problem, and that's
Why is it down to 0 as far as the adopted? Is it because it would affect what would be done?
We're waiting, right now, I'm waiting for grass to grow to get final release on the remainder of the project. So the work is basically done. I think we might have one warranty issue.
Well, anything left would come unfinished.
Would be warranty.
And then Mr. Gherkin, including Mr. Gherkin, what they voted for last time.
if they deem to do something with it.
We voted that O'Mara would have to take care of that problem. We can't.
Right.
Legally, we can't.
Has there been any response back on that, or?
We
About
received
Mr.
a letter
Gergen?
back that we're gonna present to council.
And then, as far as your ADA compliance, Mr. Fryman, that's because most of that's been completed, is that correct? Is that right? Why it's down at 25,000?
We have a yearly transition plan, and don't be surprised if I don't come to you if me and Mario get the project at the pool and ask for more. This here is our transition required by the state of Indiana. We have bigger projects, like right-of-ways, and don't be surprised if we don't come back, if we get the project.
And not to be confused with off right-of-way, but there may be some right-of-way concrete that's gonna be needed for the ADA plan.
We have to cut curbs, and it'll be under this program, it'll come out of that line. It's nobody's driveways, these are public right-of-ways.
Any more on 17?
18.
Lotus property fence completed.
It's been awarded. I'm waiting to execute the contract, to get it done hopefully in the next couple of weeks.
So that's why that's zero, because that will be taken care of.
Correct.
All right, now we're at the building monument maintenance, Mr. Hughes.
So while we were on that discussion about replenishing the money that was taken out of it last year, that's why I brought it up.
And we do have a non-reverting for that, correct?
I think it mirrors the 488 department.
It's Fund 271, and it also has $2,019,090.29.
Oh, unless it's under another.
I'm good with doing 4.
Okay.
How much money did we have to spare on that budget?
Your total was 10. If you increase that to 4 like the other one, you could still add another 4 million.
Add on what?
Still have about 4 million difference
If you
in the good.
increase this one you're talking about now to 4 million, you'd still have another 4 million.
So we actually had 12 to start with?
Get 10 to start with.
Well, we already did 4. That leaves 6.
Actually, 3.
You increased 3 to 4.
Okay, we used 3, okay. I say leave as is, because we might need some money for other things as we go down.
In the riverboat budget.
Aaron, how you feel?
My only concern is what we're gonna do with the school gym. That's my only holdback on increasing it up.
Thought we were gonna go out of it's already budgeted.
On the 1.6?
Yeah, and we,
Remember I asked
the
you?
other.
That's why I asked, I wanted to reduce parks and building monuments. Aaron?
Well, if you don't do anything, I mean, change the building monument, you still have, what,
What's in there?
6?
6 million?
The schools are on the MDF fund, it's a different fund.
It's on India.
But we can come back and appropriate riverboat money to the schools too, right?
Yeah, you can.
Get you the best.
And I think doesn't it have to go through the community foundation?
I'm not sure.
Doesn't?
I think there's been a change in
Yeah, there was legislation passed
the last couple of years, there's
Okay.
home rule for a
That was
riverboat
just
host
old.
community.
Okay, that's good.
If I'm thinking the same one.
Well, either way, because the
It was discussed at our meeting.
community foundations and riverboat as well, so, okay.
I say we go ahead and leave building monument maintenance, whatever's not used, go back into NR, non-reverting fund. at 1 million.
How about you, Aaron?
What'd you do?
Whatever we don't use, go back into the non-reverting fund at 1 million.
It would go into, this million would go into the non-reverting fund.
Leave it $1 million?
Now, this isn't non-reverting right now.
No, this isn't, but it would go into the non-reverting. That's like the fund for the non-reverting, right?
Right. The non-reverting dollars have to come from somewhere. You're budgeting to pay $1 million out of the Riverwell fund into the non-reverting fund.
Okay, Jane, you all right with it?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yeah, I'm fine with it until we decide on the school.
Okay. Bill?
Nah, I want to go up.
Mike?
No, I want to go down.
JR?
I think we need to bump it up a little bit.
What? How much you need to bump it up?
At least 4 like the car.
Anybody against putting 4 in there?
I am.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I would be fine with that. I just want to know what we're going to do at the school first. I mean, if we have money left over, I'd be fine with it, but we haven't discussed that yet, so.
Well,
How much you want to give? Or you want
how much you want to
above
give,
and beyond that?
how much you want to do for
We
school?
still have
Because
4
it's-
million?
We'll still have 5 million in MDF, right? 5 million in MDF.
Aaron, you want to do that? Put 4 and a half, 5 million left in MDF for the school?
Put 4 million in this and what?
They'll have 5 million left.
5 million still left to work with?
MDF.
Yeah.
In MDF, not.
How about if we give about 5 million of the Tincan County grant money to the school for the gymnasium?
Honestly, I don't care where we get the money from for the school. I just want to help the gym.
You want to come back and revisit that one when we get done with MDF?
I think what it's safe to say is you have enough to do both.
You have enough
to
to do
go
both?
4 million for this monument and to restore the school.
I just don't want to increase the budget.
That's for you guys to decide. I'm just letting you know you have enough money.
Is that all right, Aaron?
To help Aaron. out.
Yeah,
You got enough money.
I'll be fine then.
Jane?
No.
Bill?
Yes.
Mike?
No.
JR?
So that's going up to 4 mil?
Yes. How much was, what we go to school now?
There's still 5 million in MDF.
5 million left.
Yeah, we're kind of keeping track here. I think you're one line item away from being done with the railroad budget.
Yeah.
Senior housing development, Fairhaven East and Fairhaven West needs a lot of remodeling. Are we allowed to do that on private property? We don't own those, do we?
I don't think we're entitled to that
Not
property.
yet.
That would have to be a grant or a loan.
Still trying to find the paperwork.
They can't find the pay, they've been looking and looking, they can't find it.
Transferred back to the city, but we haven't found the paperwork.
But it may be ours.
There was agreement, I worked on those back in early 70s. And I want to say 50 years they came back to the city, I'm holding that. There was agreement like that in it, it came back to the city. They're looking for the agreements, the unions are, the
Would
buildings.
something be recorded, Les, at the
Yeah, it would have to
courthouse?
be, I think, on the 50-year thing.
There was a
If
time.
it was a reversion, yes.
Can you look into that, Leslie?
I can have our title company do that. I mean, that's title work. But yeah, I can have different title do it. Usually you give me all the,
He came, the last one, he was second. He got a contract. Mick's been looking for it too. He's
Has he?
the head maintenance person over there. Or the
so
manager.
you know the addresses? What are the addresses? Do you know?
Notice Fairhaven East and Fairhaven West.
What street are they on?
Vine, St. Clair.
West is on Vine.
St. Clair. 533 St. Clair. One on Vine, I'm not for sure.
107 on Vine.
107 on Vine.
107 on Vine. Okay. City, all right. So do we need are you guys good with this zeroing out this right here? Why is it zeroed out?
I don't know. Why is senior housing zeroed out?
I don't believe there was anything used out of it last year.
Yeah, I don't think that was, last year there was money in there to make sure where we were at, everything was closed out and finished.
What did we use out of senior housing
Wait a minute,
through September, Jack?
I'm looking. Nothing. There's still $250,000 in that line.
Yeah, and any maintenance will come out of 498 number that we have done.
Oh, okay.
Or out of the non-reverting funds.
The building maintenance. All right.
So we still got 5 mil.
So what's the ending totals now on the riverboat?
You have increased your vote to 28,923,797.
So did we cut that some?
No, you added $5.99 million.
But it's still less than the
But most
published,
of that
so
is
we're okay.
savings, is transfers to you.
Cut the budget to $6,000 and then increased $6 million to go into savings.
How much is it now, do you think? I'm sorry.
28,923,797.
Say that again, Leslie.
28,923,797.
And how much do we have left in MDF?
Well, we're going over that one
I
right
mean,
now.
riverboat. 5 mil? 4?
Now, want to address Jimmy's job? Well, we're gonna have to address it at some point. I guess we came up with a couple ways on how to address this cutting of the MVH that happened at our last meeting. And actually, now that, we're still gonna have to do a first reading tonight, correct, I think, because we've changed, or do we? If we change the MVH to the riverboat, that's not gonna hurt as far as our first reading, right?
That's correct, because it's less than, all right, well, in the first reading, you adopted the larger number of what was advertised. So we're still.
I don't know.
We're higher.
Did we?
We're higher, let me think.
Where's the ordinance, Jackie?
Here.
Yeah, let me think about that.
No, we didn't. We did, under the Casino Riverboat, it was 22,929. So we've increased it to 28.
The rule is that what you adopt has to be less than or equal to what was advertised, and you pass that test.
Right.
So the first reading amount, it's not a binding number.
Because we're going to work on the MVF tonight.
Because you actually didn't take any action on that number at the last board meeting.
Correct.
Now, my feeling is unofficial, but as long as you adopt a number that is less than or equal to what was advertised,
that's
your budget will be approved.
Okay.
And assuming there's funding for it, which in this case is a given.
So it's still down to, under the MVH budget, as you know, we cut it by 59,000 because we thought it was the general foreman, when actually the vehicle maintenance foreman's being paid out of that line item. There's 3 different options. I guess, Mr. Hedden, if you could review those again.
Sure. Option 1 would be to add, and these are in no particular order, it's just for illustration. Option 1 would be to establish a line item for $56,223 in the riverboat fund to pay the vehicle maintenance foreman. That would have the advantage of, you could put it in the information that you're talking about today. The line item would be in there, it would tie into your salary ordinance, and then you could do any cleanup or anything that you want to do after the first of the year. Option
Mario.
was
What was option 2?
I've got option 3 ready to go.
Oh, what was option 2? Oh, was the $45,000 job that wasn't gonna be?
Oh, yes. Yeah, option 2 was to repurpose, that was the magic word, the $45,000 line item and raise it to $56,000. The third option would allow you to keep it in the MVH fund. But in the MVH fund, if you're going to put $56,223 back in, you're gonna have to make a $56,223 cut somewhere else. And so we looked through that, and there is a line item in there that you could conceivably cut. It's the, and I want to emphasize it would be a temporary cut. That's the street repair line item, which is $365.
It's
You
on
could take that
page
from- It's on page
48.
36.
36 or 48.
Yeah, thank you. You would take that line item down to $18,777, and that would allow you to add back the vehicle maintenance foreman at a salary, or excuse me, a compensation of $56,223. Now, it is important to note that shortly after the first of the year, sometime during 2014, you'll likely do an additional appropriation to reestablish that street repair budget based on the needs of your foreman.
For me, I mean, this is up to you guys, but I think the third option sounds like the easiest way.
It keeps it in the MVH fund, which was one of Mike's points earlier.
Right.
Yeah, how do you feel about it?
I'll go with plan 3 there.
Mike?
Plan 3.
Bill?
Option C.
Aaron?
3.
Jenny?
3.
Okay.
So, do we just need to include that in a motion when we do the
Yeah, just
ordinance?
a motion to reduce a line item and increase another line item. And I think that you wanted to change the name of the line item as well as say vehicle maintenance form. So it'd just be a simple, what do you call that? So we would make the motion, thank you. Getting late.
So make a motion to reduce the street repair, which would be $1365 in MVH to, it's gonna be the vehicle maintenance foreman?
Vehicle maintenance form. 1126.
1126. To increase it, the amount,
56,223
$56,223.
is what should be in there.
Motion here, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
So what would the amount be in the street repair? I'm sorry.
$18,777. And your vehicle maintenance foreman line will have $56,223. Count 201-001-126.
So that will also alleviate changing the number that was passed the first time too, right?
Correct.
The important one.
Right, the MVH number that was agreed
It's still
to
the
at the
same.
last meeting stays the same.
Okay.
We just changed the geography with it.
Okay.
I need you to re-quote those numbers for me, because I wasn't on the pages. Street repair got reduced to,
18,777.
and where's the other one?
On page 40.
On page 34, line 201-001-126.
Lot-
Name vehicle maintenance foreman.
All
Adopted.
right,
amount.
wait a minute, let me find it.
Third from the top.
Third from the top.
On page 34,
Yep.
which is 46,
Yes.
I got general foreman there.
Yeah,
We're
but
gonna
we're gonna
rename
change
it.
to
Rename it vehicle
vehicle
maintenance
maintenance.
Foreman.
So, vehicle maintenance foreman, and we put, what would we do with that? Move that up to
56,223 will be the adopted amount. Do I have that title right, vehicle maintenance form?
All right, got it.
Now we can go to MDF.
Go to MDF.
Where's that start, Leslie?
53, page 41.
Take a 5-minute recess, go to the restroom, we get started.
Have to go. Sorry, Donna.
She's hanging in there, my gosh.
Donna, you're a trooper.
Thank you.
As a matter of fact, I need 10.
Just warming up.
Oh, we got too cold for you, sorry.
Hey, when she looks over and says this,
Really? Your blood pressure's too low.
Shouldn't be that much, because MDF isn't very.
I wonder when they said somebody had to go and need to that number. I ran back to Lawrenceburg a little bit.
And once they approve,
28 line items in MDF. Ooh, those sound good. Do you? Ooh, fried potatoes and salmon patties sounds really good. Yeah.
That's what I, you're in your continuing from last week. So your rules state that.
Usually one we try to do all around there. No, they did Sam. The whole place was like Sam. I couldn't stand the smell.
How's the chili?
Or what we could do.
They're doing it.
Are they?
Back to school.
Oh.
2 weeks ago.
What you could do is, you could take a first read.
Then you gotta get it back in that groove,
As long
right?
as you all agree to pass it 5-0.
Going to sleep.
On the first vote, which has all the agreed upon numbers. Then you can do the second and third, you can do it all together. Right, so if you agree and you're continuing at your recess meeting to all pass it, because you've all been through it, and if you do it 5-0,
So that's what, so that's kind of nice, because I'm doing like a grade and then. High school, they're all.
I didn't vote yes on all that.
You're focusing on leave, and we got forced.
Yeah. We're gonna see what happens down here with the school. Yeah, but we increased the number by $5 million. Yeah.
Let her come in, we have three people.
I got 2 money requests to talk to you about tonight too.
Well, we'll just, I mean.
You've already got, I've already handed them out to you, but I got an email from a girl today. One for
Was that here?
No.
I don't think.
I don't think I,
Well, did you advertise a special?
the clearinghouse I gave you. This is from UCB. The email today said, I am patiently waiting to hear from you to see if we got our donation. And I thought, okay, yeah. Let's support Children for the Cure. They always do,
Was it a while ago or something?
yeah, it's been, yeah.
Are you,
Back in September.
Just got nothing better to do with that.
Back in September.
Extra credit?
But she wants to know now.
Man.
told me I was gonna report me, so I just can't.
This is Tour for the Cure. They raise money for Tour for the Cure. Last year the city gave them $500. And they want to know if they're going to get it again this year.
And we didn't do that.
No.
What grade are you?
8.
They all kind of really well.
So you made your son sit through all this stuff?
No, I didn't make him. He come from basketball.
But are you his ride home?
Yep.
That he has to sit.
Hey, Lori, next year assistantship, you'll get credit for sitting in here.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, well, there's one in Aurora. Yeah.
When R&R here?
I don't know where they are.
How long has he been sitting out
They
there?
use, yeah, okay, I don't know.
Live down there in those apartments on the
Half an
island.
hour?
I saw
Oh, okay.
Arnold's van on the side of
Okay,
the
when
road.
they first started, I guess they were all, okay.
She come here that one time I asked her for money.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
I was hoping we were done too. That's Jeff.
You're almost at the end, Donna.
John Force, 16 championships.
456 is the name of JR.
There's not much in this.
16 championships. They ran heads up too. If not, but she's a good actor. She wasn't gonna give him a chance. If he'd screwed up, snorted a tire, she'd have been there. Yeah. He did it one year for Rob.
Yeah, yes, page 41 to the right. Oh, I got the new and changed copy. 280-001-239,
He's bringing back reality.
which is the line item code in the middle of the page. Let me see. Let me find your place for you. Well, they're still in the same order. Go back far enough. Here, right here. Start right there, dear.
I just pick it up and go,
Previous iteration, you got to read it.
I did. Take it back in the closet.
Donna, they put you at the bottom of the list. Donna, they put you at the bottom of the list. Something like that.
That new truck that Lana just got. I've got the license plate for it and the registration. Mel was gonna pick it up.
There was a message in that.
Somebody told me, yeah.
That was a good comeback.
So I
Tomorrow night with Stacy.
I saw him go out front door today, but if you wanna, somebody wanna come over and get that plate tomorrow, come see me and I'll give it, you know, you guys.
As long as you wait,
Around on that carpet.
as long as you too late to wait, I said give it to you, passion.
Right, my check.
Where's Les?
I'm glad a parent's
I'll get this for.
Well, you know.
You put your dues in there.
Yeah, there we go. I get credit for that.
Well, they did.
Yeah,
There's no probably about it.
she's the, this is all we got.
I haven't searched.
Except for the same letters.
These are some of the books, like, this is the new stuff that they give out because they used to give us, they used to give these.
You gotta read them.
Yeah, we're gonna read our level here.
These got too expensive, and then, so now they're giving us all back. Every month.
Yeah, I don't know how it works.
If you register every month, you know, your kid gets a book. But they also do, you know, other things too, go from youngsters to older. I just didn't think, I was like,
Logan, you know, he's bringing back, John Force bringing back the reality show.
28 lines.
Is he?
Yeah.
What channel?
I think it was A&E last
Yeah.
time, so.
You guys get a room down there?
Yeah.
gonna drop by?
Cause you can give your, if you like that 7 cents left over, and you wanna donate, I would say, yeah. There's like-
Well, we didn't expect it to go from 5 to 9.
He ain't over yet.
Yeah.
We'll be all right.
Burn the midnight oil.
So they got 2.5 months.
Tyler, you're, can they come back down tomorrow?
So I'll bring it up. And
Oh, I was gonna say, you need to stay if you're coming back tomorrow.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, I'm for it, whatever.
Yeah, I would.
I talked to, I told Jane, and just gave one to Mike. Maybe let him come in.
You could probably put some accommodations over in that back storage room, Jackie, for him.
It's cold back there.
No, there's heat.
I don't know if it's on or not, but there, it was cold the other day.
Moved around here and all, I don't know.
She's been around here for a while. She used to work over at the juvenile center and other places, so.
It's got a P-TAC unit, so it's got heat and air.
Okay.
In 280s MDF, right?
Yes.
Take, what's this one?
Okay.
Oh, she's on her phone. Okay.
Man, that'd be so nice. So nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am.
Better, 'cause I don't think I can get.
Back to session.
All right, we're on page 53,
Then 41, yeah.
Can we go to CASA first?
Trying to
We
get
do
rid
what?
of us.
Go to CASA first.
On page 42.
I'll hang in here till the bitter end.
Line,
She's already been here 2 meetings.
line 456.
No, we don't care, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, let you go home.
And I think we unanimously agreed to give her what she asked for, which was a total of
183, I can't remember, I didn't bring my papers.
185, I thought.
185. Do we round, or do we round it off
Round
to
up.
184?
Donna said we around to 185.
185.
I'm gonna be honest and say around 184 would be the roundup.
I have 184 written down.
Yeah, see, I'm told you I'm honest.
Okay,
She'll take 185.
I'll take whatever you can get.
make it 185. You all right with that, Gene?
Yes, I'm fine.
Aaron?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Mike?
Yeah.
Gail?
Let me think about it.
Hey, you deserve your dinner every meeting.
Thank you. Now I'm going to leave.
I can be patient.
Thank you. Oh, you're still here.
Speaking of that, can we go to Can we go to Dearborn County Schools? Can we?
What page is that on, Bill?
Very last entry.
43. Line 415.
Yes.
All right. I want that brought back up to 2 million to divide it between the 3 schools.
How do you feel, Aaron?
And it's my same as the other thing. I'm mostly concerned what we're gonna do with our gym first. I don't know if we have to use that money or the 10 county grant money or whatever everybody wants to do, but.
We go to 10 county grand if you want. 3.5.
Why don't we go,
We already got 3 million out of 10 county.
why don't we go if it's 1.4, do the 1.4, round it up to the 2, give the remainder, split the remainder up would be 3 and 3 to SD and SD, and then the 1.4 would go to LHS. And that would be for the next 3 years. I don't know how they can complain that we're they're getting money.
Well, I wanted to go to the 10 county grant, which has been reduced from 10 million to 7 million, to give the school 3.5 million. And leave the 10 county grant with 3.5 million. It's gonna affect the schools down here on Dearborn County Schools too much if we do what you're suggesting, Bill.
So keep it at 1.4?
No, we need to get it back up to 2 mil.
Mayor, me and you talked about spreading it over three years. Where were you talking about getting it from that?
Taking it, some of it from, the schools there. And if you give it back to the school.
But they're
I think we're more obligated to Lawrenceburg schools than anybody else's schools.
I agree to that, but when you cut that from South Dearborn and Sunman Dearborn and LHS, it's gonna affect them tremendously. Let's just keep them at 2 mil. And let's find the money somewhere else without raising the budget.
I'm not gonna take it out of 10 county.
What about if we bumped the 10 county back up to where it was? Then you'd have 3 million extra back in there than what you have now.
Well, I mean, basically, we would transfer the 3 million to 415, correct? And 3 million plus their share of the 2 million would go to LHS, right? Is that
No,
what you're
we
saying?
want the split to go,
They don't need it all in 1 year.
Right.
But
If we go 1.4, 1.4, 1.4, I mean, over 3 years, they're gonna get more money. And also, once again, I mean, some in Dearborn and South Dearborn are gonna be getting money. I mean, they have.
Go ahead.
We were just discussing over here about the criteria for the 10 county.
and we have asked for paperwork on that, and nothing has ever been produced that we made an agreement with the state to do that.
Well, suggestion was gonna be, could we just add a line item if you're gonna give the school something?
yeah, to take the 3 million out of line item, that's
Yeah.
Can we do that?
Get it out of the 10 county.
yeah.
Couldn't we just put it in the Dearborn County school, couldn't we just put it in the Dearborn County school line item? Since it's a school anyway?
You have a Dearborn County school line item.
Right, what I'm saying
We have
is,
an LHS school item too,
where's that?
but it's in 101.
On the 2.
But we don't want to mess with the general.
No.
I don't understand why I don't want to consider 3.5 million going to the school out of 10 county, leave 3.5 in 10 county.
Well, I was just trying to suggest to make it cleaner so it didn't, if it didn't fit their criteria list for the 10 county, it'd be the same money.
No, I'm saying take 3.5 million out of it, put it in a line item,
Yes.
and leave 3.5 million in the 10 county grant.
Oh, you're saying cut, well, I was just saying, instead of have a whole separate line item. for
I'd rather see leave the 7 and add 3 to it.
At 3
And
to
then,
Dearborn.
then put a line item in there for the schools. in
What's the
10 county.
cleanest way, Dave?
Well, You have, you have $4.7 million of room in the MDF fund that you can add. So what are your priorities?
We don't want to increase the budget.
Which has
I
already
personally-
been increased by 5 million.
Transfer to savings, it's not.
Well, but, okay, so you might as well say, okay, you didn't cut anything. You know, it's supposed to be talking about revenue going down from the casino, you didn't cut anything, went right back to what it was.
Because we
I mean,
put
they
it,
did. I'm
because we
talking about
put it
they-
in
I
our
didn't.
savings. We put it in our savings. I mean, that's what you guys decided to do. Those were saving funds, the non-reverting funds.
Down the non-reverting funds,
Those are all.
can money be spent out of those at any time? Out of the
No,
non,
they're subject to appropriation. Yeah.
so say.
But we have,
Limited to that purpose, so the monument non-reverting fund, the dollars have to be spent for that monument maintenance.
it can't be moved to another line.
Sorry?
It cannot be moved to another line item. It has to be spent for those.
Goes into that fund, it's there for the purpose of that fund.
Okay, and that's a savings account
For the building and maintenance.
for the building and maintenance and parks and maintenance. And we have to appropriate the money out of it to allow them to spend it.
Yeah, all dollars that the city spends are subject to appropriation. I mean,
So just when that money's sitting in there,
You're
they
doing
just
that.
can't start pulling money out of it and spending it until we okay it.
Right now, you don't prepare a budget for that fund. So, if you want to have that discussion, you're more than welcome to, but right now, you don't prepare a budget for those non-reverting funds.
It's like the
But
fire
they can't-
department, the fire department has one, if they gotta buy a new truck, they go to a non-reverting fund and get the money.
But they also come here and make sure it's okay.
It's okay to do it.
Yeah, okay.
But it can't be spent out of the non-reverting fund unless it is approved.
Yeah, all claims get approved by,
But it could just be in a claim. There doesn't have to be a formal,
right now, you do not have a budget in those funds. If you want to budget those funds, you certainly can, and let Mario kind of address that.
Well, I think they're asking if they're doing appropriation, your appropriation is okay, you're doing the appropriation for this budget, correct?
You're
That's
doing an
their
appropriation to put money into the non-reverting fund.
Correct.
But the
That's what
spending
we're
money out of the
asking.
non-reverting fund, right now, there are no structured budgets in those funds.
That's the only
You
reason
do
I'm thinking.
Operate and do maintenance out of each of those for both parks.
non-reverting.
Non-reverting.
So you do spend out non-reverting,
Yes.
so it doesn't get approved.
You do it via the claims?
Yeah, it's gonna be out, it's gonna
That's
be
what I'm,
out.
so it's only 3 claims, so you'd have to you'd have to check every,
Which you have to do anyway.
Wait a minute, for clarification, but if there's a project occurs in the parks, non-reverting, there's an approval of the
Yeah,
project.
it comes to get.
We do a
approved
capital,
before
if it's
you
a
do
capital.
Capital,
Yes,
yes.
it's capital, but we also do maintenance out of that fund also.
Right, well, the maintenance would be through the,
They're
pay
getting,
request.
yeah, if we couldn't, then just like the parks, their budget would be astronomical. We have this to help fund for those maintenance items.
But right now, we got 1 million sitting in parks and building and maintenance. We left that 1 million there, put more in non-reverting. You'll go through those funds first, right?
They all go into non-reverting.
That
There
4
will be
million goes
nothing
in.
left. Those lines will be zeroed out.
That's what Mike was asking. Do we pay like weekly bills out of that non-reverting via claims? But we do capital improvements for your approvals, such as if we.
Per council or per Board of Works?
Actually, it's both.
Parks.
Mhm.
What about buildings and monuments?
Unless it's in a park, we come to you and take it out of the parks.
Bill, do you have an idea?
Budget go up, but that's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at, Southern Dearborn has an unbelievable facility. South Dearborn has a very nice facility. And we're looking to upgrade our falling down facility. Still, I think $300,000 that you're giving to a school, I don't know how you can be upset. And also, by doing what, giving the 1.4, it's gonna be, 4.2 over 3 years. It's the old saying, you give someone $100 for a year, the first week you don't give them $100, they're mad at you. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. $300,000
Well, we
is
can't
a lot
commit
of
past
money.
a year anyway. We don't know what next year's gonna bring.
True.
We can only appropriate 1 year at a time. We
True.
can't promise the school systems anything.
Your thing is to bring this back up to 2 million,
2 million to be split between all the schools.
with 1.4 to go to LHS.
No.
No?
She wants it divided equally.
No, I want it divided equally, and I want 3.5 to come out of the 10-county grant.
That's what I want. I mean, why isn't our school and our kids more important than these 10 counties? I just like to hear that
Nobody
answer.
said it wasn't.
What?
And 1.4
Have
over,
that money out then for the schools.
over,
Economic development.
That's one thing we gotta make.
Well, if you
sure
want to
that
talk
our
about
kids-
economic development, I'll tell you what, if we don't give these kids something to come home to after they get out of school,
Exactly.
from graduating, they're never going to be coming back here.
Money out of the 10 counties.
You got something, Grant, go ahead.
I tell you what, I could swear that I live in Dearborn County. I don't live in 10 of them.
Go ahead, Grant.
And that's home.
Point of clarification, there is actually 4 schools involved.
correct.
650.
St. Lawrence.
St. Lawrence.
650 goes to the Publix, and then 50,000 goes to St. Lawrence as a rough number. Just
Well, I live in Lawrenceburg, and I think that we need to take care of the school. I mean, if we're gonna take care of them, give them some money.
And I say we take 3.5 out of the 7 mil, out of the 10-county grant, raise Dearborn County schools back up to 2 mil.
Aaron, how you feel?
I mean, if we, like I said before, if we took the, we just left that at 7, take the extra 3 million that was published and, use that for the school, but, I don't even know if that's enough, because they're, like you and I talked about, Mayor, we were talking about 2 million a year for 3 years. That still doesn't equal that amount.
I'd give him half of what you need.
Yeah. If I could get money from Greendale or the Conservancy, that
They
would put them
can't.
closer.
Conservancy's done said no, Greendale can't.
Well, take to leave
They don't
7 to
know if
10
they
county,
can.
add 2 to it.
Hmm?
Add 2 million to the 10 county.
That's, I mean, that's, all I care is about them getting the money. I mean,
Oh, me too.
But we don't want to up the budget. We're trying to watch
got
the
room.
budget.
We
No,
got some
you would
wiggle room.
still have, you'd still have 3 million there and 600,000 there from the published amount.
Aaron, please. And I agree with Mike. LHS is more important than 10 counties. And we can, hopefully, all this information I got comes straight from Penn Gaming, about what they expect in the future. Hopefully, it won't come to fruition, but if it does, we can at least already say we've helped them with 3.5. Next year, we might not be able to help them with a dime.
what, Bill suggested, well, the 1.4 from the Dearborn County schools, what if we made that 2 again, the published amount, and did that over 3 years to Lawrenceburg
I think
Gym?
that's the way we ought to do it too.
I mean, I know that South Dearborn and some in Dearborn are gonna be cut for 2 years, but, I mean, they've both got newer facilities than we got.
Remember, Dearborn County voted in the boat, Lawrenceburg.
Do this. So, Aaron, you put that,
I don't really care which way it comes from, I just wanna get them the
Well, then
funds
go
to
with
get
me.
started on the,
I think it's the
on the
fairest way to
gym.
do it.
That's not enough money. That's not even putting a dent in it.
On what?
And the school, they need 12.2. You're gonna give them 6 million over a period of 3 years.
Well, you wanna give them 3.
Right, that's 9. You know, I want to help
They'll be
these
happy with
kids.
either one, I believe. which-
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, Aaron
Sitting here quietly.
Aaron here wants this gym, and he wants to help the schools, but he's cutting them by giving them the 2 mil for 3 years, when I want to give them 3.5 for 3 years, if possible. Cannot commit to that, but if possible.
I mean, I would,
The only thing do you mind if I make a comment, is that all right? The only thing is, as you said, Jane, that you can't commit to that. We would have to have some kind of commitment, or I have to go, when we go through our 1028 hearing, if I don't have that commitment,
We can't
then
give
I
it
have
to
to
you.
bond for that full amount.
The verbiage would be subject to appropriation.
Subject to appropriation, but it also would
But
be.
that doesn't guarantee.
I don't think, right, it doesn't guarantee, so when I go to a 1028 hearing and I have to bond, I mean, you guys, I'm gonna have to bond for the full amount.
You'll bond for the full amount less what's been committed, so.
Correct.
The number is today.
But no matter what you do with this budget, it's just year to year. So it makes a
But the
difference
other
what you
thing
do.
is that you would also have to commit to pay down the bond if that was, if you weren't gonna get the full amount.
Correct, that's what I'm saying, that's why it's gonna fall back on us, that's why I would have, in that 1028, if there was only like a $3 million commitment and it was a $12 million, I'm still gonna have to go for 9 million bond, is what I'm gonna have to tell the people, is
Right.
the bond's gonna have to be for $9 million.
But how long you take these bonds out for?
Well, that's subject to, I mean.
Can you pay them off early?
That's due to when we have the hearing and we go through the bonding. I mean, I think they would actually be able to answer that question also, because we're getting ready to have a discussion with them all. I'm actually waiting for Colette to call me back to have a discussion.
Is that your way of hinting to me to tell Colette to call you back?
I've already talked to Brian, to tell him to call me.
Yeah, you're in good shape. Typically, when you sell bonds, there's gonna be a call provision in there, but the people that are, the investors that buy the bonds, they need some protection that those bonds are gonna be outstanding for a certain period of time, because they build their portfolio based on that information. So typically, that call provision is in the 10-year range. You're talking about improvements to your school. My suspicion is that that's gonna be somewhere in a 20-year bond issue, which keeps the tax impact pretty small. What you could do, though, is the dollars that you're discussing, they can craft a way to maybe apply that towards debt service, which would mean that you wouldn't have to, you'd have to authorize a rate, but maybe not have to levy it every year. If in subsequent years you can pledge dollars. So it's, the initial of the 1028 hearing, he's absolutely correct that you're going to need to tell the public that you're going to issue $9 million of bonds and here's the tax impact. But then each year, if the city can commit enough to offset that debt service, then perhaps that tax impact in reality will be zero.
But it's still gonna then be spread out, as you're saying,
Exactly.
over
It's
10
gonna be
to
spread
20
out.
years, not over, say, just a 3-year period. That's the only kind of hitch in that.
Carl, can I ask, East Central on their school, or schools, didn't they, have a referendum?
Did not. No, the referendum process did not go into effect until 3 years ago. So they had to go through just a regular 1028 hearing, petition remonstrance program is what they would do.
But was there hearing for citizens to go to?
A 1028 hearing, which is the same as what we would have to hold.
So obviously the people, I guess, was okay with a tax.
There was no remonstrance against the project, so therefore they were able to move forward with adding that tax to the
And
people.
here's my thing, you got the citizens out there at East Central, they was okay with being taxed for their school. They're talking about here, and keep in mind Dearborn counties who voted in the casino, because I think it actually failed in Lawrenceburg. We don't, I've heard don't want to take it to a levy because don't think it's going to pass.
Give me a referendum.
Or referendum, I'm sorry. Talking about Ohio now. These people was okay with theirs. They voted in the casino. And we're going to cut their school's money completely out. I believe good way if everybody wants people to really be ticked off at them to cut those schools, but I don't think that's the thing to do.
I agree with Mike. I think we need to bring the Dearborn County schools back up to 2 million with the splittage as it always has been.
Do do you mind if I ask one more question of council, and they might be able to answer the question? With the money that they do have in their extra $100 million potentially at the end of the year, is there a way for them to be able to pledge or commit to the project over 3-year periods? To be able to fall back, they could budget, it's subject to appropriation, but could they fall back on, they've got that money to be able, could there be language crafted legally where they would have that to be able to utilize?
I believe that there could. What you're talking about is a guarantee or something
Correct.
of that nature. I'll talk to Brian and Colette about that, about how you can word that appropriately. But yeah, there's flexibility here on both ends. What the limitation you have right now is that you only have $4.8 million to work with in the budget process. But after January 1st, you have an additional appropriation process you can go through. You could conceivably go through an additional appropriation process now. So there's still lots of tools in your toolbox to accomplish what you all determine that you want to do.
Because what I'm hearing is, I think you want to help over a 3-year period, but I understand the budget process that you're only subject to appropriations that you have each year, same as we are. But I'm just looking at, with the money you have, you could use that as a commitment for those 3 years.
I want to help, but not over 3 years, because I don't want to commit the city to something that I don't know what the future's going to bring. But I've had a discussion with you. I'm definitely for helping with the 2014 budget, but I don't want to obligate the city to something that I have no idea what's going to happen.
And one thing is most of us were at that meeting the other day with the school that they are on a time crunch, right, to get started and get it over with. By November, you have to know something to get
Well,
demolition.
because having a 1020 hearing, it's going to take approximately, probably a good 2 months for us to get through that entire process, starting now. So therefore, depending upon if we can get through that entire process, then we're still on track then after the first of the year for everything.
Then demolition, if that would all go through, then demolition will begin in the spring.
It could feasibly start as early as March, sometime between March or June. And that's all dependent upon, we've had some discussions about graduation.
Am I hearing you right, that if you bond out this money, that's gonna raise the taxpayers' tax rate?
Correct. That's what the bond is. That if we have to go to the taxpayers, that's what the whole bond is.
But even if you keep it below referendum, it's still gonna cost the taxpayers, correct?
Something, because depending upon what, like say if it's a $12 million project and we're able to secure $3 million, there's still $9 million in the project that we would have to bond out, which means that would have to be right on the backs of the taxpayers.
I mean, I wanna help, but at the same time, I think the people need to speak.
I think we ought to put it to a referendum,
You know, because if that's not what the people want.
and I know they'll vote it down.
Don't want a tax to be put on them because we give them enough money to just get underneath the referendum.
Well, we still have to go, the 1028 is still the petition or remonstrance. So we would still have a public hearing for people to come and voice their opinions. And they can still remonstrance against the project. So there is still the opportunity for them to speak against and petition against the project.
It's a public hearing either way.
How many people's gonna show up at those public hearings?
Like he said the other day, how many people showed up?
I did a school message for our meeting that we had talking about the project, and I had one parent and 2 coaches.
But if you tell them that their taxes are gonna go up if this happens, they might show up.
Correct. Correct. No, I agree. Greendale is advertised, as they said, they're putting it in their utility bills to get input from their people at their November meeting.
Now, with that hearing, because I mean, I don't know how that works, I mean, and you say they can petition against it,
If they petition against it, so if they get I believe it's 100, if they get 100 signatures, then it halts the program, it delays it, which then there has to go into a cooling off period, and basically you have to create almost kind of like groups for mediation to try and see, could there be a middle ground to go through? Am I correct on that?
So they do have the right to speak their mind if there's
correct
enough people.
It just then takes and delays that, because it just pushes everything off, which potentially could close down the school.
I just don't want to take something around the citizens and them not get to speak,
They'll
you know.
still have, right, they still have the opportunity in the 1028 hearing to voice.
That's tomorrow.
To go back to the referendum, can you actually use that $3 million? Keep it under? And there's gonna be public funds?
It's project cost driven, not funding driven.
Right.
Just for that reason.
Well, I'm hearing,
You can use the 3 million would change that project cost.
Because these are these property tax dollars?
No, but
Or
they're
the
deemed-
casino dollars?
They're deemed public funds, though, correct?
But they're not proper, there's a difference, I believe the new statute, if they're property tax dollars, you cannot. So like, that's why I cannot use that, I just found out, I cannot use my rainy day money because it is property tax funds.
Right.
But if it was casino revenue coming in, like if I went to our endowment, was able to utilize maybe some of the money from last year that I received from the county grant program, I could utilize that to get below the cap. But I still, even getting below the cap gets below the referendum, which is a public vote on a ballot, but you still have to go through the 1028 hearing, a public hearing for that.
and if enough taxpayers show up and they don't want it, they can kill the project.
If there's 100 signatures, they have to get a petition together.
I could get 100 signatures to kill the petition in one day.
And that's why I'm saying that's the risk of the project too.
I don't want to see any more tax increases for the people. I mean, that's what I'm hearing from the people, and I've been talking to them. The money, the money we're sitting on, or I thought we were sitting on, which he's clarified, I guess we're sitting on a little bit more than I thought we did. Why should we have to raise our taxes to our citizens of Lawrenceburg when the city of Lawrenceburg's got all this money? And they're not gonna want it. They're not gonna want their property taxes raised. They've done told me.
Nobody wants their property tax raised, but what's gonna happen if you have to shut the gym down?
Yeah.
But what's gonna happen if you don't have money? We can't give it to them. They're still gonna have to bond it
Jane, the only way
out.
people's taxes aren't gonna go up over it is if Lawrenceburg or somebody pays for the whole thing.
That's the whole bill.
Or pays the annual debt service.
But I mean, that's, the people should
That
have
was my
that
next
right.
question, with the debt services, you can pledge to pay that debt service. Could you craft something that?
I think I think there's a couple issues that you've got to discuss. One is there support for the project in general? And it sounds like there is. Conceptually, most of it sounds like you're saying, yeah, it'd be great to have, as long as there's no tax impact. So the question is, how do you craft something so there is no tax impact? And that could be a variety of things. You can issue bonds, you can pledge towards the debt service payment, and have what's called property tax backup. So the property tax only goes into effect if something happens where you can't appropriate enough or you can't generate enough to pay the debt service without a property tax rate. So we're kind of crossing disciplines here, but Colette and Brian, who are working with the school from our office, they'll go over all that with you. But if you can come up with a funding plan that allows you to pledge dollars or lease dollars or come up with some financing mechanism that you can assure the taxpayers that that's just a property tax backup, then you'll likely gain support. But the reality is that unless you can pay cash for the project, you've got to issue bonds or something to get the rest of the dollars that you need. And at that point, you're negotiating with the bondholders about how they're going to be repaid. There's a variety of ways out there, and if you're in support of the project, I know that we'll come up with a way to get it done.
Question, if say, the city give $3.5 million on the project, can the city loan them the funds, the additional funds?
We've had some discussions about that. There are provisions for
We have a bond bank.
agreements.
We still have a bond
You
bank.
still have the bond bank, so there's options out there. So the easy answer is yes. The difficult answer is in the details of how that would be structured.
Well, because if there's
The bond bank.
interest gonna be paid, why not?
Not pay you
Right.
rather than
The city draw interest.
And that's when you had the bond bank, or when you have the bond bank, that was the purpose of it, is to
Right.
make those sort of loans. Now, I don't know what the dollars are on the bond bank, we have to bring more.
We've not appropriated any money to our bond bank, but that's something we could do.
So that's an option that, and I just sent a note to Brian, we're gonna talk about tomorrow. So we'll come up, we'll kind of throw around some ideas and maybe get out a kind of a joint.
What do you guys want to do tonight? It's 20 after 9.
That's the thing,
I
we
just
just,
don't wanna raise line items,
if you wanna do
it's
it,
already
just
been done.
pay for the whole thing.
Where we gonna get
I'm
the
not
money?
opposed to that. I'm not.
That's what I'm
opposed to
saying,
that.
yeah. Where we gonna get the money? I'm all for that, but where we gonna get the money from?
We'd have to appropriate the money next year.
I'm still for the 3.5 million coming out of 10 county and then look into loaning the school the remainder. So it doesn't go before so it doesn't cost our taxpayers, our citizens.
I agree with Mike.
Aaron, what do you think?
Like I said at that meeting, I'm all for helping to the maximum ability I can, so it's not really up to me, it's up to what you guys are gonna do. I'll vote for whatever the maximum,
What are you talking?
Bill?
$10 million.
We only have 4.5.
You are a generous soul, Aaron.
What Mike said, that it won't raise the taxpayers' money. We can commit the 3.5 mil this year and then go from there.
Well, it'd have to be checked about if there can be a loan.
But the loan's still gonna end up, we're still gonna have to have a bond, so there still would be a tax increase too.
So we'll still increase the.
Right, the taxpayers are still gonna be increased because we've gotta pay that bond back.
You're gonna have to convince the bondholders and the taxpayers, you're gonna have to describe the transaction in clear enough form so that they understand that that property tax rate is a backup, and that there is no real intention.
Liability.
Unless something happens, there is no intention to actually levy that.
So really, you're not charging the tax unless something was to happen.
You're not
Unless
charging
you
taxes.
couldn't follow up and give them all the
If
money.
he's saying that, if you were to be able to say next year, okay, we're gonna commit, be able to pay that, the third year, commit to pay that.
Oh, but that would be committing
But in
to
the
just
11th
pay
year,
for the
If
project.
you can't commit that, then there would be a property tax rate in place to support it.
Right.
At the same time, I can't commit the city to pay for, because I don't think it's the city's responsibility to pay for.
Can we do it subject to appropriations, Mike?
Still have to go through the hearing process.
I mean, I just don't think the city should be building the entire gymnasium. I mean,
Well, if we do 3.5 over 3 years, that's 10.5.
but then the city's.
And you
doing the
said 10.
gymnasium.
What, Mike, I'm sorry.
I just don't think it's the city's job to build a new gymnasium.
Well,
I
then
want to
there's
help. I don't
No
have a
other
problem
way
with the
besides
city.
raising taxes then, Mike. I mean, unless
I
we
didn't
do
say
go-
that.
Unless we go through the bond bank. I mean, if
I
we
said
could establish
if
a
it
bond
has
bank-
to be raised regardless, I think the people need to have a voice in it. I mean, I'm not,
Me as a taxpayer, I believe in taxes. Would I take an increase for the school? I would. I don't know how many Marios are out there, but I think
And I
everybody's
will
sitting
do.
out there.
Yeah.
If you believe in the tax system and done it correctly, I think that's what it's for.
and I would think that majority of the citizens probably has kids, I would say. So,
I mean, the people that don't are the ones that say, well, I don't have any kids left.
Yeah.
Now, I've been talking.
Grandkids or.
but a
you
lot
have-
of them's grandkids. and-
I've been talking to people with children, and they're saying, why should we have a tax increase in our property taxes when the city of Lawrenceburg is sitting on all this money?
I mean, let me tell you, I mean, I put something on Facebook, I know people don't like, and I have none but positive as far as, yes, the city should help. If there could be a way to take a vote and the majority of the citizens said, pay for it, it's their money.
Well, tonight,
But
you can go
I'm
ahead
not
and
gonna
commit
make
what
that-
you want to commit.
decision for $12.5 million.
Just can't be, well, at this point, can't be over
People
$4.8 million.
elect to make those decisions? I'll ask that question, it's just,
I don't think
I'm
I'm
not
here-
trying to put you on the hot seat, but I mean,
No, because here's the thing. If we was here to make that much of a decision, there wouldn't be a referendum. You wouldn't have to go to that process.
All right,
That's my opinion.
we need,
All right. How much you want to give this year?
3.5 out of the 10 county grant money.
We'll do that.
I'll second
All in favor?
Aye.
it.
All against?
Aye, I'm out of the 10 county.
Roll call?
Jane?
Yes.
Aaron?
Can we rename another line item, or do we have to?
And you what?
No, not right now. I'm still want to discuss it a little bit.
Bill?
No, we got 4.8. loosely.
Okay,
Laying around,
Mike
so.
is a yes?
Yes.
And JR?
No.
Aaron, I'm back to you.
No.
Okay, yeah.
And you got money to play with.
What is it, Tyler?
4.8?
You're at 4.8, you increased 85 per CASA, and then I have a note that we increased council donations from the last meeting.
Council donation.
They reduced it.
No, they raised.
No?
They raised it.
I'm sorry.
So you went to
Okay.
20 on
Okay.
council donations?
Okay.
You're gonna kill our budget.
415 never get decided.
What was that, Mike?
That was the Dearborn County.
I want them back up to 2 million. I'll put a motion on the floor to bring Dearborn County schools back up to the full 2 million.
And that's to be divided between the three, right?
The 4.
Or 4, I'm sorry.
That's okay. 2.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
Got that settled. 2 million between 4 schools.
Now we got 4 million, Tyler? Okay. How can we,
Yeah, what's the best way to do that?
yeah.
Can we put it in the Dearborn County
Make
schools
it-
and just earmark
What do
4
you want?
million for the Lawrenceburg?
Add, what are you trying to accomplish?
I mean, if, I'm putting numbers in anybody's mouth, I'm just saying, if it's 4 million and they want to put it in the Dearborn County school line and just earmark 4 million plus their third or fourth of
Yeah,
the,
you could do that. So once it's in that line item, as long as the checks add up to whatever's approved, how you spend it, as long as it's to the Dearborn County schools in some
Fashion.
form, you can. So it doesn't have to be evenly split. If that's-
I mean, what he's saying is if we need to do a new line item, like for,
No, you just raised it to 2 million. If you wanted to raise it more, you certainly could. You've got still $4.1 million.
That line item ought to say Lawrenceburg High School.
If, you could also create a line item that says Lawrenceburg High School.
Which-
Gym.
Yeah.
We can do that?
You can do that. Yeah, we would.
and still pass this tonight.
Yeah, because you'd be under your advertised budget.
Okay.
That's a good suggestion.
So do you want a new line item? You guys want a new line
I
item?
do.
Okay,
I don't know if anybody else does.
It's gonna be building and improvement.
so,
Is everybody okay to put
Wait
the
a
line
minute.
item in?
Let's do a line item.
hold on.
Line item's fine with me, but not increasing.
You all right with line item?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Mike?
Well, I'm okay with line item, but I'm not okay with $4 million.
Well, they haven't got to that yet.
Okay, yeah, separate line item.
Bill?
Good.
I missed.
Aaron?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Now,
so-
we can put it in.
So now,
74.
this would be a new line item. Do we have a new number?
That's what I was looking for.
Okay, we would suggest 280,
Yeah,
that part was easy,
001,
001.
yeah.
And then finally, to be consistent with your current accounting, would be 516.
It has to be 4 something. It won't go in Gateway at
But
5.
Gateway will go in as 416.
What, do we have a 416?
Let's make it
No.
417.
No, I got a
Got a
417.
417.
Housing grade.
416 will, I think, wait a minute, 415. 416 should work,
Give us 30 seconds here.
okay?
You do,
I think 416 is the.
Grant found a 416.
Where?
No, they didn't, no, it didn't.
Not
There is no
280.
Not a 416, not 284, I'm sorry.
280.
there's a 516. Yeah, we're going to suggest 284001 in Keystone 517.
517?
Yes.
You can't,
In Gateway, it's
you
gonna-
can't put Gateway 500s.
In Gateway, it's going to be 417.
Okay. Well, we got a 417. Housing grants. That's why I said
There's
416.
not a 416.
There isn't a
I
416.
said 416, didn't I?
No, you said 417.
You're charged to.
416.
You said 417, dear.
Listen to what I mean, not what I say.
So this would
Say
be
6 and grant.
Lawrenceburg High School gym
Project.
project.
Yeah. And put 4 million in there?
Well, we haven't got that far.
Okay, sorry.
Lawrenceburg High School gym. Now you just need appropriation amount.
But Put 4 million in there, see where it goes.
Jane?
I'm gonna listen to everybody else's opinion first.
Bill?
I'm good.
Mike?
If it's 4 million from the 10 county grant line, other than that,
That's
no.
already been voted down.
Nope.
JR?
I'm good with 4 million.
Go back to Jane.
Jane? Jane?
I'm thinking.
Pressure's on.
Drum's rolling.
I don't want to increase the budget, but I don't want to deny the kids. And it's already got 3 votes anyway.
Do you love the children or not?
I've been trying to get you to work it out, and you wouldn't do
I
it.
don't believe that's a fair statement, because I love the children.
But we also got, I came in here with all this information on how we're gonna be broke. And even Mr. Hayden said we got enough to last 2 years. But what do we do after 2 years?
You said 5 over there.
5? It's up to 5 now?
I'm just raising my hand because.
I was gonna say.
Go ahead, man.
Your presentation earlier, I have several issues with.
And this comes from Penn Gaming,
And they talked about the annual fee true-up.
their outlook, yeah.
Okay. Your revenue sources from the boat are the annual fee true-up, riverboat wagering and emissions tax. Nowhere in your presentation did you talk about riverboat wagering and emissions tax, which
You're
next year
right.
we're budgeting
But we
$7
give-
million, which is 38% less than what you're getting this year.
Right,
So-
but we give a lot of that away.
You give, that's net. You don't give that away. That's what you use to pay for your
He
riverboat.
took 38% off
fund.
of that.
Okay.
No,
So your revenue number, it's flawed. But your point is well taken, and in fact, the budget has already taken that into account. The budget took into account already that there's an expectation that there's going to be a decrease, a dramatic decrease in the annual fund, or the annual fee true-up. In the budget that's been prepared on the Form 2s that are in your packets, the annual fee true-up is roughly, annual fee and annual fee true-up, I think added together is like $14 million for next year. So that's, you've taken that into account. And I think you've responsibly taken it into account, the potential reduction of revenues. So you drew the parallel of, we're gonna have, and I can't quote you, so I'm just gonna speak in general terms, but the parallel you drew was that there's not even gonna be enough to make payroll. That's not an accurate statement. You're gonna have dollars. Those dollars are gonna need to be budgeted more carefully going forward, which is the process you're going through right now. And at some point in the future, you are going to have a balanced budget. If your revenues flatline or decline, at some point you're gonna have a balanced budget. Right now, the city's not there at this point, but you are much closer this year than you were last year. So you're going in the correct direction from our observation. So, my 2 cents on that, sorry.
Balanced budget, what would that number be for the 2014?
Well, if you went to a balanced budget, if your definition of balanced budget, what's your definition of balanced budget? Let's just get that out
To
there.
me, you're not spending $1 more than you're bringing in.
Okay, so your definition of a balanced budget is that current year revenues and current year spending equal.
No more.
Okay, that's fine.
I would rather be
Okay.
below. but-
By that definition, you will always have at least $132 million in the bank, forever. Okay. So are there any situations where you would be okay spending cash reserves? This is just a rhetorical question. I'm not putting you on the spot. Well, I guess maybe I am, but only for a point.
I guess there could be a big project for the city.
Okay. So at that point, we're shifting from a balanced budget to a funded budget. And a funded budget would allow you to spend reserves if it meets certain conditions for the benefit of the city or for the benefit of a community partner, those kinds of things. And those are all financial policies that you all can develop. But to answer your question specifically, in the work that we've done for your budgeted funds, we are saying that your revenues next year are going to be $36.6 million.
Ooh. 36.6 million.
Yeah, look at page 91 of your budget book.
Oh my gosh.
Is that oh my gosh good or oh my gosh bad?
That's bad. What did we have last year, 43, 42?
Last year being defined as 2013.
Yes, this year.
I'm just trying to do net revenues. For the 2013 budget, the estimated revenues are 47 million.
47?
Now where's the?
What page you on where it shows?
89.
What page? Go back to 91, let me.
Okay, go to page 91 in your budget books.
Very last page.
Look at the far column that says total selected funds. The first several numbers there are revenues.
Okay.
The first subtotal says 36,666, 131.
Yep.
That's your budgeted revenue. That
I'm on the wrong page.
Very last page.
Page 91.
So that's the projected revenue coming in.
For these funds.
I don't
Not
see-
for the entire city, but for the funds that you're budgeting.
All right, I see it now.
And that, the mayor's already taken into account that, hey, revenues are probably gonna go down. So they booked or budgeted a 38% decrease in revenues.
Well, now when you say that,
Annual fee and
now is that in the published or the adopted?
this is revenues. This isn't spending. This is money in. Everything you've been talking about tonight about budgets is money out.
So where are we at on
Right, but
money
what I'm
out right
saying-
now?
I don't know, we're hitting a moving target here. When we started before you guys made any adjustments, the budget was $39 million. So it was within $3 million of being balanced.
Now that's projected or published or adopted?
That would be the adopted.
Okay, but it's been increased.
It's been increased, but the largest driver of your increase is transfers to savings accounts. So you really need to think about that a little differently.
Still,
Non-recurring funds.
it's a population of 5,000 people. It's absurd to spend that kind of money.
I can't comment on that. That's not my place.
So we started out, you only wanted to, at 36, well, if we started out at 39, all three budgets together. Where are we at now with all three budgets together?
Probably around 45.
With the 2 extra 3 millions added on?
Right. So my point here is going back to the illustration I made earlier. Right now, you do not have a mathematically balanced budget by Mike's original definition of a balanced budget. But you have a funded budget, which means that you have dollars that you could apply towards that amount and still meet other criteria being defined as plenty of money left in the bank.
But you're getting ready to pass a budget that's almost $10 million more than revenue coming in.
Not getting ready to do anything.
Well, somebody is.
Jane,
I know I'm not.
what's your vote?
Have you done, my question, say a burn rate, based on what we're spending right now,
Yeah.
will we exceed?
How many years will you last?
Well, will we exceed the funded budget for 13?
There's one.
Right now,
They need to give us.
if you continued at a rate of spending $10 million more per year than you bring in, you have $132 million in the bank.
No, down, I'm saying like budget 13 this year, we got 2 months left. At the burn rate we're at right now, will we red or black on that?
Ooh, that's a great question, and I don't have the answer easily available.
That was a good answer.
Getting to...
No, we want to know the answer to that
Getting to the spirit
one.
of his question, you guys usually don't spend your entire budget.
Correct.
So you may adopt a $39 million budget, but the reality is that mathematically you don't spend that
We've
entire
never,
budget.
I don't think we've
And those
never-
appropriations all die.
But can I ask a honest opinion? do you think if we put this projected 2014 revenue out there, 36 whatever million, and passed a 48 million, whatever. 45, 40, hell, we don't know what's going on here yet. But whatever it is, 45, 48, whatever. Do you believe that the citizens will look at that as responsible?
I think.
And I'm just talking about an everyday person looking at that. Are they gonna look at that as responsible?
You asked for in this case, you asked for my opinion.
Right.
My honest opinion, your budget has, in the 2013 budget, $10 million that have now been increased to $16 million that are going into non-reverting funds for your future. I think that your citizens, if properly educated, will understand that. So my answer to you is yes, I think you have a responsible budget, because you are putting away dollars for the future, which has been commented to me from all of you at different times, and you have cash reserves. So you asked for my honest opinion. I think that you have a good budget.
But I said to the everyday citizen, and then you said educated. The everyday citizen is
Everyday
not.
citizen, if you say, I'm bringing in $1 and spending $2, they're gonna say, well, that's bad.
Exactly.
You have to educate them, that's part of your job. You have to explain to the public everything that's going on, but that's why you have these meetings.
Like we had this conversation, you told me that, hey, if things stop, have enough money to operate the way they've operated for 2 years. To me, with everything.
$0 in for those 2 years.
And, but to me, for everything that's been built, the upkeep of everything, blah, 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 that's not real good.
That's why you're putting away 10, how much are you putting away now? 16 million?
8.
That's why you're putting away $16 million out of next year's budget for that future.
Where's 16 million?
Well, you've already got $10 million built in for non-reverting funds in the budget, and then you added $6 more million today.
Has any of that 10 million been touched? Or is that still what's remaining?
That's next year's budget.
So, you don't even know what's gonna be spent out of there.
Well, if it's for maintenance, wouldn't you want to spend some of it?
It's not gonna take 16 million for just maintenance for this year.
What's your goal? If your goal is to sustain your future, putting $16 million away in non-reverting funds ensures that that's going to happen.
Sure, if there was a guarantee that money won't be spent. But that's not what I've heard in this room.
All it's guaranteeing is that you are recognizing the need to fund maintenance for parks and monuments. And you're putting dollars away so that when it comes time for those maintenance items, there will be dollars there to pay for them. So really what you're talking about is how much needs to be put away.
Now, I just heard, and maybe I read this wrong way, but somebody asked, well, what about the building monument? They said Board of Works. So if it went to Board of Works, they decide they want to build a $10 million building, they just spent that money, is that right?
I think you've got a resolution, and I'm going to have to defer to your city attorney, but you've got a resolution that says what those dollars can be used for. And unless the resolution says you can use it to build new buildings, then it can't be used to build new buildings.
Is it just for building maintenance?
Would love to get that
Building
resolution, have that
maintenance.
answer tonight.
Yeah, I think that
It's
was,
just for building, maintenance, and monuments, right? That's what's in that non-reverting?
which typically is going to be your 200 and 300 series buildings.
And we're just talking about maintenance, we're not talking about building structures.
I can't tell you what the ordinance or the resolution that says.
Okay, we have no answers.
Let's get back to the vote. Jane, finish your vote.
For schools. Mike, while she's deciding for a second, we could always do it. Ordinances can be used for maintenance. I mean, if that would make you happier. Resolution.
For both accounts?
The non-reverting, those were established a long time ago, I don't know.
Are your resolutions and ordinance on your website? Very good. You can do it tonight.
Jane, what's your vote?
This is on the 4 million.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, the yeses have it. Long, what do we got?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna explain this before you guys.
May I ask a question? And I want to say thank you. I appreciate your efforts to be able to help the schools. It's greatly appreciated by the schools. Can I ask a follow-up question? I know everything's subject to appropriations. What I did hear was there's potential support for the future if together through the schools and the city and Umball be able to sit down, would council and the mayor be open to discussions to see if there was any kind of work something that could be created language-wise?
For a guarantee for next year, or?
Right.
I mean.
Yeah, we can sit down and talk about it.
Because I'm waiting on, like I said, I know Colette's been out Thursday and Friday, and she just got my email, so we're working on trying to get with Umball myself so that they can help us go through the 1028 process and all of that. So maybe we might be able to sit down. He's heard a lot of the discussions tonight, so he can also share that with Brian and Colette as well, so that together maybe they can brainstorm some ideas for us to consider.
Okay.
I just wanted to see if that was something worth us trying to work on or not worth working on. I appreciate that.
Now, just so council's aware, the work session we started on 10/21, this was a continuation of that work session, okay? Because we did break and went to the regular council meeting, and that's where we voted for the first reading of the last budget. Now, in talking with Mr. Head during the break, those numbers don't matter. It's as long as we don't go over the budget that we published back on 10/7 and had the public meeting on 10/7. The second and third reading can happen. What happens is we have to adjourn this work session because we previously recessed it. And then the special meeting that was advertised at 5 o'clock, would be brought on, convened, and we can do the second and third readings. So we won't have to come back Wednesday unless you guys want to come back.
You advertise a 5 o'clock meeting. I was just curious, but going to call it at 10 o'clock at night.
That's,
what kind of
unless you want to
advertising
come,
was that?
you want to come back on Wednesday. I don't know that all members would be present on Wednesday, and I know Umball and
That don't really
Tyler
matter.
would not be available.
What's going to pass, going to pass.
Actually, if we considered that second council meeting as I mean, that's what you think, correct?
Yeah, you obviously have to have a second and third reading on the budget to get it passed. And you did advertise a meeting for tonight that you could convene and hold your second and third readings and get your budget done. That would give Jackie 2 days to make these changes and get it submitted in Gateway.
So do we have to adjourn?
The work session, yeah.
Work session.
We're not done.
Special meeting.
Done.
Yeah.
What else we got?
We got the whole.
We got the whole,
We just skipped.
MDF.
Because of the school thing, you're right.
Page 41.
Page 41,
On the right. On your right-hand side, yeah, over there.
okay.
No, the other way.
Everybody was-
The other way. Here.
All right.
Isn't it there?
Okay, anybody on page 41, they got anything?
53, 41.
5341.
Just the comment I made at the last meeting about the parking garage. It's already on record.
Page 54, 42, page 42. Anybody got anything?
Special crimes was increased to 200.
It was up 150, wasn't it?
75.
175.
Raised it up 25.
And 10 county grant. Expressed my feelings on it.
Well, they do a lot, you talk about stopping drugs, they do a lot of it.
Awesome. It goes to your comment, Mike, about stopping it before it starts.
So we got council donations.
Actually, I said we need to work on getting them off of it, not just locking them up, putting them over there, and they get out in a few days, and then until they're dead with a needle hanging out their arm.
But
But, I mean,
CASA should help with that, though, is what.
Oh, CASA's a great thing, have no problem
And
with
here,
CASA.
the whole thing about, I don't want to prolong you guys anymore, but the whole thing about the inpatient, I've been an attorney in this town since 2000, and we've needed inpatient units since then.
Isn't
You know, way
JCAP
before this heroin came around.
Isn't JCAP a drug program at the jail?
Yeah, at the jail.
They talked about an inpatient a few years ago, and people went nuts.
Well, the hospitals.
I think their minds would be changed now, Bill.
Well, it depends on if you're living next to it or not.
Where it's at.
Right.
Well, it's an error. I don't think it's not hit anybody's family. Can anybody honestly say drug or alcoholism?
Talking about a facility.
But the
They didn't want it
inpatient,
in
Bill,
their
the
backyard.
hospital, he talked to us about it. Me and Grant was sitting in a meeting with him.
Well, you're living next door to it anyway. You're living next door to users. So why not put the building next door to you?
Agree. It got shot down though when they wanted to put a facility right here on Center Street.
Well, it could be somewhere in the county eventually.
Greendale.
More on page 42.
Okay, council donations went back up to 20,000, right? Mm-hmm. I still want to drop 10 county grants down to 3.5 mil. I put a motion to do that.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
Aye.
Roll call, please.
Okay, just a second. You say 3.5, Jane?
Yes.
Okay. Jane?
Yes.
Whoops. Aaron?
No.
Bill?
No.
Mike?
Yes.
JR?
No.
Okay.
Ayes have it.
No's have it. Not to drop it. Okay, sorry.
Any more on page 42?
I'm assuming all the row houses are finished up there? Or is that,
I've only written checks to 2 or 3 at the most.
Yeah.
is that coming out of redevelopment?
I think we got one potential.
For the sprinklers?
Does
What
it-
do you think?
The blue one.
In one, the second
Jose's done?
4,
That's John Davis, isn't it?
double unit,
No.
where it's at.
Which one did
Jose's
you
still
buy?
has it.
Got rid of it.
Jose's on the end.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
What about the blue one? Has that been somebody in there working? I
I
haven't.
think the one on each side of it took care of it.
Okay.
I thought Carl said that was done.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 0 in here.
Okay.
Okay. Any more on 42? And then dropping down. Page 43.
We brought the schools back up to 2 million, right?
Yes. Added a new line underneath it for the LHS gym project.
For 4 million?
Yes.
Any more on 43? Okay.
And what's our total budget, Dan?
Can I was just looking at these ordinances, just so everybody knows, for the non-reverting parks maintenance fund and building monument fund, very short ordinance. But any spending out of them, when necessary, has to have the approval of city council.
For both of them?
For both of them, same with self-insurance fund. Fall Fest Fund is approval of city council and submitted on an approved claim form. Rainy Day Fund, doesn't say anything about council.
So you want to change your vote, Mike?
No. I'm just letting everybody know.
Okay.
You gotta love him.
All right.
And grant fund, just so you know, these funds shall be spent when the various projects get underway with the approval of city council.
And that for all grants, right?
It says grant funds, all it says.
Got it, guys?
Sounds like attorney language.
Knew that.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Votal.
All right, I'm gonna adjourn this work session, start on 10/21/13. Previous recess.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Okay, I'll call a special meeting to order for voting on second, third reading.
I gotta get my paperwork.
They should have the updated form.
Yeah, but I want my other form. Yeah,
Good job, Mr.
okay. Okay, you give it to Leslie, that's fine.
Work,
Are you
I
gonna-
can't get you to go.
Oh, I don't care, hon.
We got it all worked
I
out.
wasn't going there.
Oh, but we went
This
way
is
over
budget form number 4, ordinance or resolution for appropriations and tax rate.
Not time crunch.
This would be ordinance number, Jackie.
21.
I just want to make a comment that Aaron said we need to definitely start earlier on this budget next year, so we're not under such a time crunch.
We did start pretty early.
Be it ordained by the Common Council that expenses of Lawrenceburg Civil City for the year ending December 31st, 2014, the sums herein specified are hereby appropriated in order to set apart out of the several funds herein named and for the purposes herein specified, subject to the laws governing the same. Such sums herein appropriated shall be held to include all expenditures authorized to be made during the year unless otherwise expressly stipulated and provided for by law. In addition, for the purposes of raising revenue to meet necessary expense of Lawrenceburg Civil City, the property tax levies and the property tax rates as herein specified are included herein. Budget Form 4B for all funds must be completed and submitted in the manner prescribed by the Department of Local Government Finance. This ordinance shall be in full force and effect from and after its passage and approved by the Common Council. As I stated before, this is a second reading. The amounts read in the first do not matter because we were underneath, as long as we are underneath what the published amount was. But those new adopted budget numbers, I'm going to go ahead and read. Casino Riverboat 0005 is $28,923,797. Rainy Day is 0. The general is $8,105,121. Police
8 million.
did I say 8,000? $8,105,121.
For the first one, if you wanted to go back and
Sorry.
reread, you did that for the first one if you wanted to read.
I did?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. It is late. 005, Casino Riverboat, $28,923,797. Rainy Day, 0. General, $8,105,121. Police pension, $300,000. Local Road and Street, $20,000. Motor Vehicle Highway, $869,517. Park, $553,521. Park non-reverting capital, $162,500. Non-reverting planning is $40,000. Non-reverting fire is $160,000. And municipal development fund budget, $19,553,200.
Okay, need a motion to suspend the rules of reading ordinance number 21, 2013 by title only for second time. Second?
That was the second
Second?
time, Mayor,
Okay.
right? That was the second
That's
time.
your second reading.
That was the second reading, and the only reason I reread it was because of the numbers.
Suspend the rules for the third reading
He
then.
wanted to suspend the rules for the third time.
Okay.
We gotta vote on it, don't we?
Well, I mean, yeah, ask the,
Oh,
ask the.
motion to approve, okay.
Motion approved.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
Okay,
All
yes.
right, we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
Aye.
Roll call, please.
Wait a minute. Okay. Who made the second, please?
I made the first.
Oh, you made the first. Who made the second then?
I'll take it.
JR, okay. Wait a minute. Jane?
No.
Aaron?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Mike?
No.
And JR's?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Now suspend the rules.
Reading orders number 21, 2013 by title only. Second time. Or
The third
time.
Third time. So moved. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
Aye.
Aye.
Sorry, I was reading. I was reading.
Whoa, Jane? No.
No.
Aaron?
Yes.
Okay, Bill's, yes.
Ma'am.
Uh-huh. Bill?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry. Mike
No.
and JR's, yes, okay.
Ordinance or resolution for appropriation and tax rate ordinance number 21, 2013.
Get motion to order ordinance number 21, 2013 for,
Third and final
third and
reading.
final reading.
I'll move.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
All
Just
against?
did.
No.
Okay, Jane.
Oh, it was the
Jane,
suspension, sorry.
okay, Aaron,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Mike,
No.
and JR. Yes, it's happened.
Now I read it, right?
No, what?
We're done? Are you sure?
I got
No, we're
one more
not.
question.
This is, hold on. Ordinance or resolution for appropriation and tax rate, ordinance number 21, 2013. You voted first to suspend the rules, and then you've told me to read it for the third and final time, which I read at the wrong time, by title only. So now you
Okay.
gotta do a motion to
I need a
approve,
motion for ordinance 2000, or for 21, 2013 for the third and final reading.
which I just did,
Okay.
and they voted to do that. It was to suspend the rules first, and then do the reading. I know everybody's tired. Now, the last one would be the motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
So moved.
Ordinance 21, 213.
Okay,
Got a motion on the floor, need a second.
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 All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
Aye.
Aye.
Roll call, please.
Jane,
No.
Aaron,
Yes.
okay, Bill,
Yes.
Mike, no.
No.
Right?
Right.
Okay, JR,
Yes.
okay. It's still
Good.
yeses.
Okay.
Mayor, I got one more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
We was expected to bring in 36 mil for 214. And what is our final budget number?
Summation of whatever's on that ordinance. I think, hash total says it's somewhere around 45 million, but hopefully there's more. 58.
What,
No.
Tyler?
Get back out. You have the budget ordinance right there.
Oh, she does all the votes.
Here, it's not total though.
Boys are down there.
We'll update all your budget books for this, so we'll get you.
Can you tell me the numbers that was
We're
the
gonna have to
total?
sign another one?
No, they wouldn't.
The total's not on there.
Yeah, it's not on there, but I'll have it.
Okay,
Jane,
let's go to old business.
nay.
He's gonna answer my question first, Mayor.
Yes, Leslie, yeah.
We already did the first reading.
Oh, we have to, then we have to,
Yeah.
then we have
We
to,
did a second reading, second, third reading. This is not,
You can do that the same night,
it's been advertised,
but you,
but
Remember
we
they said,
never did
remember they
it.
said it's a new meeting being from, remember?
if she says it's right. She's the attorney,
You know what?
not me.
Leslie, you're wrong, hon, but
Yeah, I know, the first reading was tonight. So we still have to meet on Wednesday, but it'd only be for the second, third reading of the salary ordinance.
That's the only purpose for the meeting.
The only purpose of the meeting is
I
the
should,
second, third
let her
reading.
break the law.
What time?
It was at
Mr.
5
That's why
o'clock.
we need Kyle.
5 o'clock for the second, third reading.
And what time is that meeting?
5 o'clock.
5, okay.
And this is for the budget, right?
Salary.
No, what she's reading
she's,
right now.
what she's signing is for the budgets, yes.
You have to check which one you voted for.
Nay, right?
Do we have two of them they can sign? Leslie,
Guys,
do
right.
we have another one they can sign
No.
too?
Believe me when
No.
I tell you we need an
No.
attorney.
I mean, copy. Here.
Oh, because revenue changed.
Those two to sign it.
So Wednesday at 5.
Can I get, yeah, you and they already signed.
You gonna be here?
I'm gonna vote against it. I mean, I just tried to negotiate. I didn't wanna go over budget, that's why I voted no.
Okay,
I tried, but I couldn't.
okay,
Old business.
okay. You're going to old.
That's what,
Okay.
what else you got?
I've got, you gotta
We
do
don't have
that.
anything, this is the.
I'm waiting on Dan to give me the final budget number.
Yeah,
I'm adding it.
what's on me?
What do you need?
They're signing it.
You need us approved?
No, we wanna know who else, I wanna know who's going.
What?
The chamber dinner.
see them.
Oh, I don't know what you got.
Right
Who all
there.
wants to go to chamber dinner?
When is it?
The 14th,
Where at?
Hollywood, I believe.
One day of the week.
Did you not get a thing in the mail?
I
Dawn?
believe it's at the Dearborn Adult Center, isn't it?
No,
No, it's a.
What?
Hollywood.
Oh,
14th at Hollywood. Didn't you all get an invitation or something at your houses?
Yes, I did, but I believe it's at the Dearborn Adult Center. Am I wrong?
No, it's at Hollywood. Grant, right?
Okay.
She needs a count so she can pay.
actually, I think it's the adult center.
Is it? I don't know.
It's a third, that was,
It's
Mike
not,
asked what day it was.
it is the AC.
Thursday.
I'm going.
14th.
Okay,
There it is.
14th, yeah.
With spouses or no?
Let's pay for spouses.
It's
We gotta pay our
yeah, it's $50 a person.
Do we pay that, Jack, or do you?
Well, the city will pay for you.
You gotta pay for your spouse.
No, but that's,
Pay you back.
They can pay me, yeah.
Can I tell you tomorrow?
Yeah, That's
Which, I mean,
fine.
I'll pay for my own.
that's fine.
if-
No, that's fine. Just let me know, please. Jane, you gonna take Toby?
No.
Okay. I'm just
I
checking.
mean, he wouldn't want to attend anyway.
Okay,
If you don't hear from me, then just figure I'm not going.
okay, okay, that's
That way
fine.
you don't have
That's
to.
okay. I'm just trying to
Okay, got
figure out.
that.
Okay.
Now you're going to old business, right?
I don't know, what's on there? On me?
You got any old business?
I've got two things, yes. Well, one's old, one's new. I got an email from United Community Bank. I had given you a copy of a letter from Kayla Nair. They're wanting a donation for the Tour for the Cure. Last year, the city gave them $500. I got an email today that said she was patiently waiting to hear back from me.
Well, can't we address it on the 4th
We can address it on Wednesday.
Uh-huh.
or on the 4th, our regular council meeting?
I mean, I don't care. And then the clearinghouse sent a thing today in the mail saying they want more money. They need more money.
We've got some on the floor.
Whatever. I don't care.
All right.
Does that mean you'll put them in the packet? Will it be in the packet?
Honey, you've already got two of them, not the clearinghouse. I gave you the clearinghouse tonight.
Yeah, I got that one.
You already got UCB somewhere.
Oh, that's from
Just give them,
whatever.
give them the comments so you can put them back in the packet. All right, motion adjourned. Second.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anybody against it? All right.
Yeah. Stay all night.
I'm not done.
You can stay all night, I'm gone.
I won't get these numbers here.
You're ready to go, aren't you?
For all the time and effort in getting that budget together.
budget exclusive of what
I tried to work it, but didn't do it, so I don't know.
And we're gonna issue
Schools got their
budget
money.
books with all these
Okay.
numbers.
Thank you so much. I appreciate council and the city. Thank you.
There's a second page.
Do you by chance have each, like for Riverboat MDF?
That's your budget.
I didn't write everything down. So casino, or Riverboat, it was 28. Is that,
I didn't make it out the door, did I?
You got detention.
Is 19 million.
This is probably my business.
Huh?
Once again, I think things are going on.
MBH is 69, 517.
Totally.
8105.
I know you don't have stories.
I know most of them.
8105.
That you're still doing what
Your wife, check with your wife about the chamber,
Explain
please.
to me.
Okay. What? You'll both be there?
Asterisk next to the river.
Okay.
Explain to me what,
Not a problem.
what you mean.
I can explain to you all day, but you wouldn't get it. Do not
Asterisk.
classify that.
Of that 28 million, 7.8 million.
In what way was he mistreated?
He had 4 years.
$500,000.
Which is 786.
I got it in Fort Wayne.
Revenue share.
It's, what's her name?
So you.
Vera Bradley, that's it. I never can remember her name.
That's my go-to present from my mom.
She's into Vera Bradley.
No, I'm trying, when do you?
Have you ever had somebody go to that, at some, I don't know what time of year it is. You go up there, you can go up there on certain Saturdays, and they have everything on sale. Oh my
That was
God, that's sad.
LCD revenue.
My couple of friends, they tried up to Fort Wayne.
Then you're told to clean the building.
No, you just go up to the, I don't know whether it's the warehouse or what, somewhere. and they have all these things, but you can get some good deals.
I know what it is.
This number's gonna change.
It's still don't, it don't, but that's okay. I'm hard, I'm
But
upset, and I got my phone set again today. He said, "Dear friend of mine,"
That's gonna go up to.
and I don't know her.
You want to
I know his wife, I mean, his sister-in-law works.
50. Pin in for signatures? I wouldn't submit them, I was gonna say, I'm not gonna submit.
For my emotions.
Okay,
Still want to give her.
okay, then let me know. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Okay,
I understand.
I believe
it's right there, Dan's
She's
got
dying
it.
right now, thanks.
No, the other one, the top one.
situation.
No, the top,
But
let me
again,
see.
they go back
Well, that's the number.
Did all the council sign it
I
tonight?
really can't talk about.
Oh, yeah, Leslie must have
But I
taken
mean,
it.
Yeah, but we better quit talking.
Okay.
I'll get angry.
Well, I mean, I apologize
What
that
if
you, but understand the full situation.
Well-
you know.
I think you can.
You want to just take it with you? Yeah.
I'd look into most matters, do you not think?
Great